Introduction by members. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call continued second reading debate on Bill 14. And in the Douglas Fir Room, call continued estimates debate for the Ministry of Labour and when they complete for the Ministry of Children and Family Development. And then in the Birch Room, Section C, I call committee stage on Bill 5.
Committee chairs.
I call the session to order. Recognizing the Minister of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and I am so happy to continue speaking in favor of Bill 14, a bill that is taking action to speed up permitting for renewable energy projects to meet the growing demand for clean power, address climate change, and secure energy independence for British Columbians in the face of absolutely unprecedented trade threats. Before lunch, I spoke a bit about, answered some of the common questions that some folks were interested in, and I just want to recap what this bill will do for British Columbians. It will ensure rapid authorization and robust regulation of renewable energy projects. That includes wind, solar, and transmission lines. It will allow for statutory decisions related to these projects to be transferred from ministries and other agencies to the BC Energy Regulator, and it will give new authority over the construction and operation of wind and solar projects to ensure safety and environmental standards are upheld. And a bit more about the streamlining of the environmental assessment requirements to expedite these priority renewable energy projects, which we so desperately need in this province. The proposed legislation will allow for the streamlining of the Environmental Assessment Act in relation to the North Coast Transmission Line project. The 9 wind projects from BC Hydro's call for power back in 2024, and future wind projects as well. BC Energy Regulator has existing expertise and technical regulations that may be applied to wind power projects to support comprehensive project oversight in the absence of environmental assessment. So, for example, the BC Energy Regulator board regulations include these features: pre-engagement requirements and the incorporation of Indigenous knowledge into project planning, requirements for design and construction, assessment of sociocultural and environmental effects, suspension of operation or decommissioning of a processing facility, and records management and submission of required reports to the BC Energy Regulator. While the BCER's technical regulations for these renewable projects are being developed and consulted on, the Energy Regulator may use permit conditions on a project-by-project basis to ensure that early work on these projects is conducted in a responsible manner. I do want to read just one quote because I think it's a really important one from Kwatuma Cole-Sayers, who's the Executive Director of Clean Energy Association of British Columbia. He says, quote, "This legislation is an important step towards a balanced regulatory framework that encourages responsible, clean energy development at a critical time for our communities, our economy, and our climate. The Clean Energy Association of BC is proud to work with the province and the BC Energy Regulator to help build a framework that is efficient, transparent, and aligned with the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Together, we can build a cleaner, stronger, more resilient future," unquote. And with that, Honourable Speaker, I think I will conclude my remarks on Bill 14, the Renewable Energies Project Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member from Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here all week, folks. I'm here all week. I know that I have, I actually do want to take a little bit different tact than we normally do in this House. and I know that I have, in this place of honor. I know that earlier this week I did thank the Minister of Forests for his ministry's exceptional work that they did to put out the 13 incredible wildfires over 2 days in my riding, but I'd also like to take this opportunity to extend that thank you to the Minister of Energy. And I believe that many of those who are at home, and I'm sure we would all be the thousands and thousands that are glued to their TV sets waiting for us to, or the tens and tens, yes, but I don't think a lot of folks appreciate what they see on television and how we actually work together for the betterment of the people of this province. And I do want to recognize that relationship that we have developed between the Minister of Energy and I, and he's been very forthcoming with respect to sharing of information, with respect to briefings, and I do appreciate that. So I look forward to continuing that relationship. I would like to talk, well, I am here to talk about Bill 14, the Renewable Energies Projects Streamlined Permitting Act. I am a businessman, I am an engineer, and I don't think anyone would ever accuse me of being anti-industry or anti-business or anti-progression. And I can say without hesitation that I support all of those items. My concern with Bill 14 is that my perception, and I believe that of many others, is that it is an overreach of governmental powers, that it actually is a centralization of governmental powers, and it does end up, in my estimation, it does strip away the voices of local communities, strips away the voices, or potentially strips away the voices of First Nations, and does strip away the voices of regional governments, those people that I represent, and that lies my concern. I will say without hesitation that I and my colleagues are not opposed to clean energy, not in any form at all. We are not opposed. We're not opposed to wind. We're not opposed to low-carbon fuels. In fact, I had the pleasure and the honor of introducing the Canadian Hydrogen Association in this place of honor earlier this week, and I very much look forward to owning a hydrogen-powered vehicle. Where my concerns lie, and I did express them earlier this week with the private members bill, was that where I live, in my home, full electric vehicles are not a good option for me, for my family, and for many, many in my community. And the reason is very simple. We get down to minus 40 degrees Celsius. That's plus wind. It is an incredibly cold place, or can be. It's a stunningly beautiful place to live, but it can be very cold. And therein lies the reason. So the minister and I have had this discussion on many occasions, or numerous occasions, perhaps not many, that there is a wide variety of power sources that are needed. And one of those, I'm proud to say, well, actually, Site C is in my riding. And I know that in this House, Site C is talked about in very high regard, and I would, from an engineering perspective, I certainly would agree. I think that what is oftentimes overlooked or what is missed is the impact that that project had on many people in the community and continues to have on people in that community. And that really is the crux of what the first part of what I'm going to talk about is, that the Peace region really has been left out of the conversation for far too long. We have created a disproportionate contribution to the province, quite frankly, with not a lot of tangible return. And I know that might sound a little bit harsh, but I know that that is the feeling and that of my constituents, most of them. And it's, I wouldn't be shy to say that I have a semblance of that feeling myself as well. The other thing that I did want to talk about is, again, what effect this bill will have on our local communities. The way that I read it, and I'm not a lawyer, I am an engineer, so forgive me for that. No, don't. I'm very proud to be an engineer. Don't forgive me for being one. My concerns are that local government is frozen out, that the local population's direct representatives may or may not have, the way that I'm reading this, may or may not have the say that they deserve in how these projects move forward. An equally concerning one is that First Nations, I know the perception is there. I don't know what the reality is. I've read the bill. I've read it numerous times, and I'm aware of the language that's in it. But the perception is there that the First Nations may be frozen out of the decision-making process. One of the things I did, and the minister did mention it before the break, was the Bear Mountain Wind Farm. Again, getting back to the fact that I am definitely not opposed to wind power. My home overlooks a valley, a beautiful valley that has Bear Mountain in it. So every morning when I get up, my beautiful wife and I go out on the sun deck, well, unless it's minus 40, of course, and sit there, drink our coffee, and look at the windmills. Tying that into the disproportionate contribution that my riding makes to the energy grid of this province, my statement would be, I wonder if the Bear Mountain Wind Farm would exist if it were to be built in Shaughnessy, as opposed to being built in Dawson Creek, which I think is actually a pretty fair statement. So the reality on the ground in Peace River, I've already talked about the fact that folks where I live are salt of the earth. I've said that many times. Very proud people. I'm one of them. They're resourceful. They're resilient. And for that reason, and the fact that I feel that they're not getting the representation in this bill with respect to approval of these projects, is why I stand against it. The reality is that in Peace River South, without question, we are no stranger to energy projects. I think I've already illustrated a fair number of them. The Peace Arch Dam is also in my riding. Whether traditional or renewable, we've talked about that on several occasions here as well. We have long balanced the development of our natural resources with the needs of our land, our people, and our future. But we've done that through local engagement and cooperative governance. We've done it through school boards, we've done it through regional districts, we've done it through municipal councils, and we definitely have included local Indigenous leadership. I am concerned that this bill will not necessarily take into account those concerns of the folks in my riding. It does install a centralized regulator that, yes, can fast-track projects without so much as a public hearing in places like Tumbler Ridge, or without a consultation with the Peace River Regional District, and without meaningful dialogue, potentially without meaningful dialogue with First Nations like Sotu and West Moberly. I'm curious if this is what the government calls streamlining. Others might suggest that it could be called shutting the door on our communities. I'm going to skip over that part. I've already talked about the local governments being frozen out. What happens when a proposed wind farm or solar array goes up next to farmland in Pouce Coupe or on a ridge above Chetwynd, or near hunting and trapping lands that families have used for generations? Will there be compensation for the interruption of that land usage? Will there be opportunities to regain new trap lines, to appeal processes whereby the trapping licenses are cancelled, hunting licenses are interrupted, guiding routes are interrupted? Under Bill 14, municipal councils and regional boards like those of the Peace Regional District could be entirely bypassed. No requirement for town halls, no requirement for public notice, no local veto. The government may think that this is an efficiency, and without question, I think I stated that at the beginning, I am all about efficiency. I adore efficiency. That was my life as a consulting engineer. That was my job, and I was quite good at it. Well, I guess a proud engineer that brags about what he did. There you go. What I'm concerned about is that this bill could be telling rural British Columbians that you don't matter. And yes, we do. I know, but my job is to criticize. So I know. If you want to see what democratic erosion looks like in real life, I would suggest that this bill is an example of it. Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out something else. Bill 14, as my colleague spoke of earlier, exempts chosen renewable projects from the Environmental Assessment Act and gives Cabinet the power to exempt even more by regulation. Again, we desperately need to streamline our approval process. We desperately need to get projects built in this province, without question. Absolutely, we do. Where the concern lies is, again, in the execution of this bill. I'd like to talk about the exemption of the Environmental Assessment Act from a Peace River region context. What we're talking about are projects on land that supports caribou habitat, projects near waterways used by farmers, projects that affect subsistence hunting and cultural sites. We've talked about that. I spoke of those two a few moments ago. And the concern here is that the public won't be guaranteed a say in how these important, very important items to people that live in the north are handled or affected. What this bill effectively does is create a regulatory blind spot, one that is especially dangerous in remote, ecologically sensitive areas. I know that the honourable member before me did speak of decommissioning, and I am aware of what is in the bill with respect to the fund that would be put in place. My concern would be, and I do understand that fund, from conversations that I've had previously, I do understand that fund will not be pulling money from other existing funds. My concern is what happens if there's not enough money there? Who pays for the cost of the decommissioning? Bill 14 mentions a cost recovery, as I've already talked about, and an orphan fund with no clear obligations on the developers. No guarantees that rural communities will not be left holding the bag. As I say, who is responsible when, and I will admit the wind farms, I have three different wind farms in my riding. And the one that I overlook near my home or from my home it's large. Those are massive, large. So is that up to the regional district? If the proponent goes away and there's not enough money in the decommissioning fund, is it the regional district that pays to pull those down? Is it the city? It can't be the city, it's not in the city, but the ratepayers, taxpayers, therein lies the concern that I have with that component. What I will say very proudly is that the people of Peace River South, and I'll include everyone in the Peace, our people know how to build, absolutely. I moved there, I've worked and lived there for 30-odd years. I've lived there for 22-ish, I guess. And I've watched it flourish. I've watched it bloom. I've watched it grow. I've watched the economic potential, perhaps not reach its zenith, but to expand to the point where the community in which I lived was dramatically affected in a positive way, in a very positive way. I watched the last 8 to 10 years, that progress that brought many of us to the area, many entrepreneurs from across the country, stunningly hardworking, stunningly effective individuals were brought to my area with the promise of economic opportunity. And I don't feel that that's available now. I retired from my business 2 years ago, and part of the reason that I retired is that I just simply didn't, well, I'm going to stop with that. Because this is recorded, and this will, I'm going to stop on my reasons for retiring. As I say, the folks of the Peace River are incredible builders, but we also know the cost of poor planning and unchecked corporate promises. We've seen it, we've lived it, it's all too common. What I would suggest is another issue that I would see with Bill 14 is that it represents a regulatory expansion that no one asked for. Yes, it does attempt to streamline the projects, which, again, for the 10th time, I would very strongly suggest, or not suggest, I would very strongly state that I support the streamlining of, very much support the streamlining of projects in this province. Again, my concerns with this bill is that we have a better way to do it. I would say another interpretation to the bill makes the point plain, that this bill can easily be expanded via regulation to include other energy sources. And I know that that is something that the minister confirmed with my colleague earlier, and I do appreciate that. The concern that lies in there would be who makes that decision? What input is there? What oversight is there? I realize it's done in the guise of efficiency, but the reality is without oversight, those of us that sit in this place of honor and work very hard every day, is that correct? Is that the way that the people expect us to govern, is without oversight? That's a real concern for me. I'd go on further to say, again, bringing this back to my local riding, is what does this mean for Peace River South? It means that hydrogen, geothermal, biomass, and even carbon capture projects could be added to this framework without ever returning to this legislature. And I'm not saying that in a negative way necessarily. What I'm saying is that without oversight, do we want a biomass, and I read this regulation very, very carefully. I spent hours and hours and hours on it. And the way that it's written, and I respect the minister, and I respect the fact that it is very unlikely that this would ever happen, but say, for instance, the way that it's written is that a biomass facility, Madam Speaker, could be potentially built on ALR land without ALR consultation right beside someone's home. And as ridiculous as that might sound, that's the reality of the language in this bill. Is that fair to the people of my region? I would suggest not. I would also suggest that a future project near Doe River or in the backcountry south of Dawson Creek could be approved, exempt from review, and locked in, all by cabinet order. That's not transparency, Madam Speaker. In my opinion, that's regulatory overreach. What does this mean for my constituents? I'd like to speak directly to the people that I represent now. To the landowners in Tom's Lake who have asked for a fair say in land use decisions, and I know we went through the troubles back in the early 2000s with the oil field. That's when I first moved to Dawson, and I feel the pain of the people in Tom's Lake, and my job is to ensure that that doesn't happen again. I would also speak to the ranchers in Ground Birch who know every windbreak and wildlife corridor on their property. I would like to speak to the councillors of Tumbler Ridge who are working hard to attract clean energy investment that respects their town's identity. I've been to Tumbler many times, and I know the people of Tumbler know this to be true, but I adore the community. Some of the best, and I love bragging about the South Piece, I do. I would love to have all of you come and visit, and I would love to show it off to each and every one of you. Tumbler Ridge has some of the most incredible river boating, some of the most incredible waterfalls, above tree line, mountaintop side-by-siding, mountaintop sledding, just incredible. And some of the most friendly, warm, accepting, beautiful human beings that I have met. And that's not to say to those folks in Chetwynd that I don't appreciate you just as much. So, I'd also like to speak to the First Nations leaders who have built renewable energy projects from the ground up, but want to do so with a seat at the table, as opposed to being dictated to and potentially ignored by Victoria. I would suggest to these folks that I spoke to that this bill does not empower you. It circumvents you. And I cannot support legislation that cuts the people of Peace River South out of their own future. Madam Speaker, we can and must support clean energy. I've said that at the beginning, no question. I'm in. But it must be community-led, locally grounded, and democratically accountable. I don't know the purpose of us being here if it's not to promote and enhance democracy. In my estimation, Bill 14 offers none of that. It offers a centralized, top-down, ideology-driven model that might look neat on a government flowchart, but fails the real-world tests in places like Peace River South. That is why I and my colleagues in the Conservative Party? Okay, sorry, I had to just check if I was allowed to say the name of the party. That is why I and my colleagues in the Conservative Party of British Columbia oppose this bill. We stand with our constituents, Madam Speaker. We stand with local governments. We stand with First Nations. And we stand for a better, more democratic, and more respectful way forward. I'm going to go back a little bit here to something that I skipped over a little bit too early. We did talk about the lack of planning for decommissioning and the potential for the public to be left on the hook, which unfortunately, again, with other projects and other things that have gone on in the past, it's been a real concern in my area, and it's something that worth mentioning a second or even a third time. The other thing that I think has been underrepresented in the conversation here today around Bill 14 is the effect that it will have on the First Nations of the South Peace and other areas as well. The concern, which again, having read the bill, there's a perception there. Whether that perception is accurate or not, I will leave that to the reader and to the viewer to decide. But there is a perception that the bill does leave First Nations on the sidelines. The people of Peace River South know that meaningful reconciliation begins with listening, not dictating. The West Moberly First Nations have long voiced concerns about development that proceeds without proper consultation, particularly when it touches Treaty 8 territory. The Saulteaux First Nations, they too have insisted that energy projects on their traditional lands must reflect environmental stewardship and Indigenous values. And again, the perception that is in the community is that this bill doesn't represent those values, the perception is that this bill may bypass the First Nations in their ability to have input. Again, I've read the bill extensively, and with respect to the minister, I'm going to leave that up to the viewer to decide whether that is accurate or not, but that is the perception. With respect to that, I'm going to also talk about the fact that in my area, in the South Peace, we have long been a developer, producer, and exporter to other areas of the province of natural gas and hydrocarbons. I know that I've had people, when I've worked in the oil and gas industry for 30 years, and a great many of those 30 years, well, in fact, essentially all of them, have included Northeast British Columbia. And I will say, it's made me chuckle a few times, but it's been suggested to me that BC doesn't have oil. I can assure you, Madam Speaker, absolutely assure you, that having been a spill remediation consultant for those odd 30 years, it absolutely does. I have boots full to prove it. I have clothes that are stained with it to prove it. We have some of the most beautiful, stunning, in fact, I would love to show you someday. We have iridescent green oil. It glows. It's a bioluminescent, it's an incredible thing. It really is. And I've worked throughout Western Canada, and I've worked internationally in the oil and gas industry. I don't know that I would say, I don't want to say this field because I don't want folks from Victoria flocking up there to see the iridescent green oil. Or perhaps we do. That might be an opportunity. I'll share with you offline. Sure, yeah, I'll share. Okay, well, it's the Stoddart Field. Now we're all happy. It's Stoddart. If you can find that on a map, well, actually, you know what? It is sour, so please don't go because, all joking aside, those of us that are watching perhaps don't recognize or realize what sour gas is. It is incredibly toxic, incredibly deadly. In a whiff, a small inhalation of an appropriate strength, your central nervous system shuts down and you are perished before you hit the ground. That is very real. That is something that I've been incredibly proud of as an oil and gas worker for 30 years. Yes, people have been knocked down by H2S, but I believe, and I've been retired for a number of years, so don't correct me or don't hold me to this, but I do believe that the last actual death from hydrogen sulfide gas was in the late 70s. So we have done the industry has done an exceptional job of safety in that respect. Everyone wears personal monitors. If you're walking, and for those of you that may, in fact, that was mentioned to me by one of my colleagues earlier, that does it act like mustard gas? Yes, it does. If you watch the old video clips from World War I of the Germans releasing the mustard gas, it rolled across the ground. It went into the trenches and it killed everyone. That's how H2S acts. It's heavier than air. When you're walking across a lease, particularly in a low-lying area, we wear our monitors, or we used to. I don't know if this is still allowed, but we used to wear them on the side because you'll stir it up. It will alarm before it gets up to your face, hopefully, and you can exit to safety. If you're working in a plant site, you'll wear it closer to your face because you have overhead issues, leakage, that type of things, potential. And of course, we want to be able to react before it does get to the central nervous system. The other thing that, sorry, I'm getting a little bit far down the rabbit hole with 101 oil field here, but this is my passion. That's my passion. Well. Easy now. Your words, not mine. I would also suggest that, where was I going with that? H2S. That being said, I'm very proud, and I've said that many times in this house, I'm very proud of our industry, and I'm very proud of the natural gas that we have under our feet in this province. We currently have, by estimations of the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, at current consumption rates, we have a 300-year supply of natural gas. 300. We also have when you work that backwards to an economic scale, the value to our economy of the amount of gas, and I was a reservoir engineer at one time as well, so I'm running out of time, so I won't go into a lot of explanation of how that works, but the known reserves in this province with not just and the minister would know this as well as I do, or perhaps better than I would, what the actual value in royalties to the province are. That's just the tip of the iceberg. In the community in which I live, there are a huge number of people that make very, very good livings from the oil and gas industry. Those tax revenues come back to the province. The side-by-sides that they buy, the campers that they buy, the river boats that they buy, those taxes all come back to the province. So the real value to the province, the way that I've calculated it, is nearly $1 trillion. With a T, not a B, a T. Those are the proven reserves. What I will say with my little amount of time left is that the reality of the situation of how reservoir engineering works, I'll use the example of Alberta. I want to say it was 3, maybe 4 weeks ago now, they revised their reservoir amount or their known amount of gas. They increased it by 6 times. So if we calculate those numbers, if we go back to the number that I just said with the big fat T on it, that's the known actual provable reserve that companies have gone to the bank and taken loans out on. That's what their companies are valued on. The real number is not the same. We don't know what that real number is, but it's something that I think is worth mentioning in this house. With that, I'll be very honest, Madam Speaker. I was going to keep going until you cut me off, but with respect, I am going to sit down. Well, you know, I'm trying to be respectful as I can. So thank you very much, and I'm going to leave my remaining 15 seconds on the clock, and I would like to, yeah, maybe I'll do a lap quick. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the Minister of Forests.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I don't know if that means that I get those extra 10 seconds. The clock certainly doesn't reflect that, but that's okay. I guess that's not the rules. What a pleasure to be able to rise in the House and speak to Bill 14, the renewable energy projects. I want to thank, it's always an honor to be able to follow from the member across the way, the member for Peace River South. Got a chance to be able to catch a little bit of the end of his speech. Didn't catch if he's going to be supporting this legislation or not. Doesn't look like he is. That's too bad. We'll talk a bit about why that is and how bizarre it is that we're in this position. But I want to begin, first of all, by giving a huge shout out to the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions. Here you have a guy who's represented his community coming on almost 2 decades in this place. Actually, yeah, 2025, 20 years. He's been representing the good people of Vancouver Kingsway. He showed leadership. He showed leadership in this House as a minister, tackling one of the biggest challenges that our province has ever faced, the pandemic, and now he's been given the task by the Premier to help build British Columbia, to ensure that we can become an energy superpower. I think the Minister of Energy is going to be remembered for a long time as one of the most competent ministers to ever serve in the Executive Council. I think he's also going to be remembered as one minister who did an awful lot for British Columbians in every corner of this province. And it's important to recognize that work, because this is very important legislation. Madam Speaker, we, in introducing Bill 14, the Renewable Energy Project Streamlined Permitting Act, are doing so at a time where our sovereignty as a country is under attack. Our sovereignty as Canadians is under attack by a president who is showing very little to no respect for Canada, for our role as a peacekeeping nation that has done our part for decades, for centuries, protecting this world and playing a very critical part in providing resources to this entire world. And it's so important that with this legislation we position ourselves to ensure that we can become that clean energy superpower that we envision and we have envisioned for some time to be. And I think back to previous governments that made investments and put in the work. And I think this is something that I would argue is nonpartisan in nature and provides an opportunity for us to really do the work needed to position British Columbia, given the context of Donald Trump's threats against so much of what we are as Canadians, our sovereignty, threatening to make us the 51st state, threatening our resources. I think of my work as the Minister of Forestry, referring to our softwood lumber as a national security risk. This is just absolutely ludicrous, Madam Speaker, and it's why it's so important in the work that we're doing in this place that we take an opportunity to be able to debate important legislation like Bill 14 and recognize the global instability that has occurred over the course of the last 110, 120 days since President Trump was sworn in, and the growing external threats that we face, not just here in British Columbia and Canada, but around the world. That is really why we are in this House debating Bill 14. It's about building clean electricity projects. It's about doing so faster, recognizing the time we live in. When I am back in my constituency in Langford Highlands, I hear about this. I hear about the need to do more. There's a recognition that there's been a lot done, but it's clear we have to do more, and we have to do it faster. And that's what Bill 14 is all about. It's about ensuring that we are able to secure our future as a province. And I know that this is work not just happening here in British Columbia, but across the country. I was chatting with my counterpart, the Minister of Natural Resources in Ontario, Mike Harris. I work with a lot of Mike Harrises, I realize. I ran against Mike Harris, now I'm working with the Mike Harris from Ontario. He is the son of the Mike Harris from Ontario too. It's great to see the family connection continuing. And we were chatting about the work that we collectively need to do as a country to move projects forward and to do so in a way that protects and secures our future against geopolitical instability, trade threats from the President of the United States, and other foreign political risks as well. we live in a very tense time, and I know that British Columbians, not just in Langford Highlands, but across this beautiful province that I've had an honor and privilege of visiting over the course of the last number of months since I became the Minister of Forests, have raised with me time and time again. This is front and center for British Columbians. We have to be honest about the world we live in today, Madam Speaker. These are very challenging times. The President of the United States has taken a relationship built on cooperation, built on partnership, and he's tarnished that in his words. He showed a level of respect, and I would say decorum, to our new Prime Minister earlier this week that I think was welcome, putting partisanship aside. It doesn't matter who the Prime Minister is, you have to show a level of respect to another foreign leader, and it was good to see that. But let's be crystal clear that that relationship, that cooperation has been broken forever. And we can no longer put BC in a position where we are reliant on our American friends. We will certainly continue to provide them softwood lumber because they need it just as much as we need them. But here is an opportunity for us to be able to build the resources we need in our province, and to do so in a way that respects Indigenous peoples, respects the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, respects the work that's happening in communities all across the province, protects the environment. And that's what we are doing with this legislation and the projects that the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions has brought forward. Again, it's important to recognize that the President's tariffs have destabilized global trade all across this world. It was just a few weeks ago that this is like a joke that he put countries on boards, and people were literally taking pictures of those boards and posting them online to find out if they made the list. Like, that's the world we live in today. And all of us were on the Twitter sphere or X or whatever you call it, and looking at that. But President Trump has changed the world in terms of that, and he is punishing Canadian industry and its workers. We want to be very clear on this side of the House. We are not going to let Donald Trump destroy our energy sector, our forestry sector, the natural resource sectors that built this province, and we are not going to let Donald Trump or Americans take away paychecks from our workers. That's why we're doing this critical work. In recent months, we've seen American isolationism spill over into trade, technology, and energy policy that is impacting not just British Columbia and Canada, but other parts of the world as well. And so when we talk about the work that my colleague, the Minister of Energy, is doing about energy in British Columbia, we have to recognize the work that has occurred over the course of the last number of weeks and months. We have to talk about the importance of this legislation that we're debating in this House today. We're not just talking about the electricity grid of our province. We're talking about defending our values, defending our people, defending our workers each and every day. That's why this legislation is so important. And that's why I struggle, Madam Speaker, listening to an opposition that doesn't support this type of legislation. I struggle with that, and I'm looking forward to hearing more debate and discussion on this legislation, but I do struggle with that. We have experienced in this House some mixed signals over the course of the last number of weeks, where some opposition members get out and just completely trash a bill. They completely trashed Bill 13 yesterday. But then you have mixed signals where some of them are talking in favor of it. So it's going to be interesting when we get to the end of this legislation, Bill 14, and really get a clear picture of whether they support building British Columbia, whether they support ensuring that British Columbia can become the clean energy superpower that it ought to be, and support the work that nations are doing on the ground with incredible companies that are leading the way, Madam Speaker. That's what this legislation is all about. Bill 14, and why I support it, is about enabling British Columbia to build clean energy projects faster, smarter, and more securely. It's why we're bringing this legislation forward in the times we live in. It will remove unnecessary delays and allow renewable energy to be developed faster through the BC Energy Regulator, an organization that has proven time and time again that it gets what its mandate is, and that is to streamline projects while still ensuring that their reliable and important oversight continues to exist. on safety, as the member from Surrey White Rock talked about yesterday, on environmental standards, on that important engagement with First Nations peoples. Again, we can take the work of the energy regulator and translate it to work in other organizations that make up the government of British Columbia, to talk about the incredible work that our public servants do in all of our ministries. I think of the folks in the Forest Service that do this work every single day, focused on safety, focused on people, focused on meeting the needs, focused on the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, which we stand proudly on this side of the House. This was the government that introduced this legislation. This is foundational in our work as legislators. We know that there are other members of the House that don't support that legislation, and that's okay. They've made their position known very clear. But let it be known very clear, we stand by TRIPA. We stand by the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. That work will not stop. It's why we continue to invest in that work each and every day, not just as ministers, not just as MLAs, but as an entire public service, as an entire government approach. And that does not stop with Bill 14. British Columbians want to know that they will be able to access the energy they need in their homes and in projects all across this province. Because when it comes to getting electricity built, speed is not a luxury. We talk about this in the context of housing, but we have to talk about this in the context of other types of projects as well. It's a strategic necessity. The reason we're debating this legislation again is we are under threat from Donald Trump's protectionist United States. And we have to stand up on our own 2 feet and fight. We have to build, we have to create jobs, and we have to protect workers each and every day. That's what we're doing on this side of the House. And I welcome every member of this House, the opposition, the Green Party, the independent members, to join us in this effort. We are creating jobs in their communities, in every parts of these provinces. And these are projects that have, in many cases, I think majority of cases, majority participation from First Nations peoples. You have First Nations communities who I've met along the way in my travels that are excited about these projects. They've been dreaming about the opportunity to be able to create wealth for their people, wealth in their community. And we are not going to let red tape get in the way. We're not going to let Donald Trump, as I said previously, take this opportunity away from those communities. We're not going to let them, those Donald Trump and Americans, take this opportunity away from our workers. We are talking about thousands of jobs being created in every corner of our province. Why is the opposition against that? Why are they against job creation? Because that's what this legislation is, Madam Speaker. Simple as that. This is job creation. This is an opportunity to put more money in the pockets of families in rural communities, many who've been struggling with the different impacts in our forestry sector and other sectors of our economy. That's what we are for. We're putting money in the pockets of families. Clearly, that's what they're against with this legislation and whether they vote when they vote against it. Clean power is the foundation of a stronger economy here in British Columbia and ensuring energy sovereignty for our economy. British Columbians want to know that their homes will be powered by clean electricity, that their businesses will be competitive, and that we can attract investors from all around the world to come and build the mines, to build the biomass facilities, to build the jobs, the investments that we need in every corner of this province. And again, let me be very clear that our province will not be held hostage by supply shocks, by one president of the United States, or anyone. We're going to stand on our own 2 feet, and we're going to stand as one united Canada fighting this battle. The U.S. signals of protectionism and deregulation make it so much more urgent for us as a government, for us as a legislature, to ensure that we can do everything in our power, everything that we can do in our power every single day to secure our energy independence. And that is what Bill 14 is accomplishing. It's supporting projects. We are talking about clean energy projects that are good for the environment, Madam Speaker. We are replacing gas. We are replacing, with the work that we're doing on Clean BC with clean energy. And that is important as we look to our long-term growth as a province in order to be able to meet our climate targets in the future as well. This is good news for British Columbia. This is welcome news. This is billions of dollars being invested to create jobs and opportunity, and helps position us so that the people that are elected in these spots 100 years from now can talk about a strong, powered British Columbia, strong, powered on clean electricity, ready to compete for the jobs of tomorrow. That is what industry is going to be looking at. That is what I heard from industry and forestry. That's what I've heard from all facets of the economy. We have Mining Day here in British Columbia. They are looking for the clean energy. We know that here in British Columbia, mining plays a critical role in our economy. And there is an opportunity through the work that the minister is doing with Bill 14 to help position British Columbia as the mining superpower of the world. And that is only possible with the approval and passage of this legislation, because we can't get stuck in long, outdated permitting systems. We have to do everything in our power. Donald Trump isn't paying attention to us in the debates in this legislature. I sure wish he would, because I would have an awful lot of things to say to him, an awful lot of things. But let me be very clear. We have to move fast. We can't wait for Donald Trump to make an announcement. We can't wait for him to drop another tariff. He had a great meeting with the Prime Minister earlier this week, public-facing in the White House, in the Oval Office, but we don't know what happened in the back room necessarily. We understand that it went quite well, but we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. We don't know, Madam Speaker, in the over 15 minutes that I've been speaking, which, boy, does time go by quickly, that he hasn't sent out another tweet announcing a threat of another tariff. It was like earlier this week when we saw him attacking our film industry here in British Columbia and around the world. Again, we have to move quickly. That is the importance of this legislation. It's about delaying the approvals of wind projects, of solar projects. I think of my former community. I still consider it my community of Souk. And I remember going with my predecessor to visit the Sauk Nation, who I think, and the Minister of Energy will remember because he was a part of that work years ago in highlighting it. The Sauk Nation have been incredible leaders in this province in North America in clean energy and setting up solar projects. When I think of Chief Gordon Planis, this is exactly what he has been building his entire life around. The Sauk Nation recognize the importance of these types of projects, and they want to ensure that we are building the energy sovereignty we need and that we are building good, sustainable jobs for British Columbians, for their members. They started this work a number of years ago before solar panels were cool. Now we are taking this work and quadrupling it. It's just, there's no comparison. I want to give a huge shout out to my friend, Chief Gordon Planis, who's done phenomenal work in this area. I know he would be very proud of this legislation that we're bringing forward. This is exactly the type of leadership that he thought, because he wants us to think 7 generations ahead. He doesn't want us to think in 4-year election cycles. He doesn't want us to think 10 years ahead. He wants us to think 100+ years ahead. He wants us to think about the future that our British Columbians are going to have. That's the work that we're doing on this side of the House. Again, when the vision isn't clear, the path from conception to permitting to construction to operation, everything stagnates. We want to get shovels in the ground in these projects. We want to put people to work in every corner of this project, in this province. That's why it's so important, and I look to the members opposite, support this legislation. This legislation creates jobs in every community across this province. This legislation creates opportunity for people. It ensures that we're standing on our own 2 feet. We are cutting red tape. This bill is one more tool that we're building on this side of the House through the legislation we've been passing this session and we've been doing ever since we formed government in 2017 to create economic opportunity in every part of this province. I've spent more time in rural British Columbia, off the island, in the members opposite's constituencies, because those people matter to us. We recognize that we weren't represented in the government caucus by those communities, and it's why we have to put in the work of going into those communities, listening to local government leaders, listening to job creators, listening to the workers. They support this legislation. Talk to people, talk to workers in those communities. They want us, through the work that we're doing, through the work that the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions is doing to inject confidence in our future, to set a clear vision for what we can do as a province, to build for the future. That is what we're doing here. It's the projects like the North Coast transmission line. We need wind power projects. We need solar projects. We need all of these quickly, and we have to do more. And it's why the minister earlier this week announced a second call to power. This is historic, Madam Speaker. We are moving at a faster pace than any government has ever moved. We are leading the way, but it's not good enough. All you have to do is go back to your communities, which we are going to do tomorrow, or well, later today, and we're going to go talk to our constituents, and we're going to say that we are standing on our 2 feet, and they are going to tell us, we need you to do more. We need you to build faster. We need you to get the energy we need to be able to power our homes, power our vehicles, to power the work that my colleague, the Minister of Critical Minerals and Mining, is doing on creating this mining superpower, the work that we're doing in our biomass industry here in British Columbia, our pulp and paper sector. We have an opportunity, Madam Speaker, through the work that we're doing on this side of the House, to be able to create thousands of construction jobs, thousands of jobs, thousands of good-paying jobs. Again, we are not going to let Americans take away paychecks from hard-working British Columbians. We are going to create every opportunity we can for young British Columbians, British Columbians of all ages, to be able to compete for good-paying jobs, to be able to bring food to their tables, because we know things are challenging out there. But here is an opportunity for us to do this work together. I plead the opposition. This is good legislation. This is the type of legislation that I think in the past the Conservatives ought to support. And I hope they're not supporting this just because it's a confidence matter. It's clear to us, as we heard earlier today, that they want an election. That's okay. You guys can go pull out your signs, wash them, get them ready. Usually you have to get people to show up in order for that to happen, and that hasn't been a strong suit of this opposition when people don't show up. That's unfortunate. It happens. No big deal. But we don't want an election. British Columbians don't want an election. They just had a federal election where the mandate was clear. They elected MPs from every part of this province to go to Ottawa to get stuff done, to build our province, to build our country. And I think here is an opportunity for us to work together to pass good legislation, to send the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions the message he needs to be able to go and tell industry, to tell the First Nations that are equity partners in this work, that we are ready to get to work. We are ready to streamline. We are ready to be more efficient than ever. We're ready to build. Madam Speaker, it is very clear that on this side of the House, we are working every day to build projects. We are working every day to create jobs and opportunities for British Columbians. Every part of the province, not just in urban parts of British Columbia, but in rural parts of British Columbia, because those communities matter to us. And you have an opposition that is clearly divided. You have an opposition that clearly doesn't have a vision. And you have an opposition that is saying no to everything. That's unfortunate. British Columbians will know, and they will remember, that it was the BC NDP government led by our Premier that met the moment, that stood up against all odds, against a President of the United States, that challenged our sovereignty, that challenged us in every way. And they're going to remember this Premier, that Minister, and this government standing up for them each and every day. That's what makes me proud to be the MLA for Langford Highlands. That's what makes me proud, Madam Speaker, to be the Minister of Forests. This is the work we're doing each and every day. We're going to build British Columbia. We're not going to say no. Thanks very much.
Two members, it's a fight.
Thank you. Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Richmond Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. We're just very eager to speak on Bill 14, that's why. And yeah, so I actually find it funny that Minister of Forests actually just spoke. Nice speech there when they are saying that we want an election, but it's actually their government that introduced two bills, 14 and 15, that is a confidence matter. So I'm actually not sure why the minister actually doesn't understand why they put it as a matter of confidence, and now they accuse us for wanting an election. Anyhow, since the Minister of Forests is leaving, I can go back to my notes. Honourable Speaker, I rise today
Member,
to...
just a reminder to everyone that we don't mention who's not in the House.
Yeah, hey, just step out when I speak.
Yep, so just a reminder that we don't
All right.
mention who's
Yes.
not in the House.
Thank you, Honourable
Yeah,
Speaker.
thank you.
So I rise today to speak on Bill 14, the Renewable Energy Project Streamline Permitting Act. So let me by recognizing something that we all know to be true. British Columbia is heading towards an energy deficit. And I agree with the speech that Minister of Forest actually just said, we need to act. And the province population is growing, industries are expanding, and the government's own plan for mass electrification from cars to homes to industry all require a dramatic increase in reliable, clean energy supplies, and we know that. However, we are at a crossroad, and there's no denying in the urgency. That's why I'm genuinely excited to see Site C finally coming online. After more than a decade of planning, consultation, construction, and investment, a project that was initiated by the previous government, and we are now seeing the fruits of a long-term vision. That, Honourable Speaker, is what foresight looks like. That is what real planning for future energy security entails. Site C was deemed controversial at the time, even by the current government. The current energy minister himself publicly questioned the necessity of Site C Dam. In the 2011 media interview, he raised concern about the province's surplus of expensive power and the financial burden it would place on ratepayers. He pointed out that the government's narrow approach of energy self-sufficiency excluded key power sources and led to overcommitment to costly private contracts, casting serious doubt on whether Site C was even needed. So when this government first came in power, they were quick to talk about cancelling Site C. And now, the same minister is doing a victory lap, praising how Site C is essential to BC future. So welcome to British Columbia. This is your government. Back in 2015, as the BC NDP spokesperson on BC Hydro, this Minister of Energy pushed for Site C projects to be referred to the BC Utility Commission. He slammed at the previous Liberal government for moving ahead without independent oversight and questioned whether the project was even in the public interest. And yet today, we have Bill 14 doing exactly the opposite, all under the banner of streamlining. Welcome to BC. This is your ironic government. There's an old Chinese saying, 今天的我打到昨天的我, which means the me of today defeats the me of yesterday. That's exactly what this government is doing, flip-flopping. No credibility, no accountability, no consistency. So, Honourable Speaker, I praise the previous government's Site C project for being foresighted. That's the kind of strategic thinking we should be replicating today. Because let's be honest, if the NDP government truly believes in electrifying everything, and I mean everything from heating system to heavy industry, then one Site C is not enough. In fact, we will need 2 or even 5 Site C-sized projects to meet our energy needs in the next couple of decades. But here's the problem. Infrastructure of any scale takes time. It takes careful exploration, detailed environmental studies, First Nation consultation, community input, land assessment, extensive engineering, etc., followed by even more years to build and bring online. And what has this government done in the past 8 years? Next to nothing when it comes to secure long-term, large-scale clean energy. Instead, they're now slamming the panic button, and Bill 14 and the so-called Renewable Energy Project Streamline Permitting Act is the result. It's not a long-term strategy. It's not a bold vision. It's a reactive scramble, a legislative band-aid to cover up 8 years of government's inaction. So let's not forget the broader context. British Columbia is now facing a record deficit and debt. We're talking $14 billion deficit just this year alone. This NDP government is maxing out British Columbians' credit card just to cover the basics. Healthcare, education, policing, housing, transportation, etc. They can stand up and cheer all they want about how they are funding projects, but let's be honest, we're not funding this project we're borrowing for them. And it's not just borrowing. We're borrowing with interest, piling debt on top of debt to keep the lights on. That's not fiscal responsibility. That's a province living beyond its means, mortgaging our future to cover its mismanagement today. The truth is, we are broke. It's not sustainable. And no amount of political spin or feel-good announcement can change this math. So I'm not surprised that this government is turning to Bill 14 to grab unchecked power to push through small-scale energy projects, one that are short-term, piecemeal, and far more expensive per kilowatt hour. That's not smart planning. That's desperation dressed up as innovation. And that's why they have the BC Hydro Call for Power campaign. They say it's about streamlining approvals, but let's call it what it really is, a rush job, a last-minute attempt to expedite projects only after realizing it's far too late, that we are on the verge of an energy shortfall. The irony is painful. After layering on regulation after regulation, pushing investor out of the province, and presiding over years where no meaningful renewable energy projects were even proposed to BC Hydro. This government now wants to make it look like they're a champion of clean energy by bulldozing oversight, fast-tracking projects without environmental assessments, and centralizing power in the hands of the cabinet, its staffs, and the BC Energy Regulator. That's not leadership, that's damage control. You don't get to spend 8 years making it harder to build clean energy projects and then act surprised that we don't have enough power. And you certainly do not get to claim the moral high ground on renewables while gutting democratic process in the name of speed. The people of British Columbia deserve better than rushed legislature and after-the-fact solutions. They deserve a government that plans ahead, like the government that has the vision to start Site C, not the one that now scramble to play catch-up. So yes, let's consider more renewable energy. Let's build wind farms, solar arrays, new transmission line, and even explore the potential for small modular nuclear or geothermal. But let's do it with transparency, accountability, and long-term planning, not with the rushed, short-sighted decision that forced this government into creating Bill 14 out of desperation, and now under the matter of confidence vote. This legislature, under the guise of streamlining renewable energy development, is actually a sweeping power grabbed by the BC NDP government, one that centralized unchecked authorities in the hand of cabinets and the BC Energy Regulator. Let's be clear. Supporting renewable energy does not mean we should abandon transparency, public oversight, or democratic process. Yet this is precisely what this bill proposed. The government claims that this bill will streamline renewable energy approvals, so at the first glance, this sounds promising. We all want clean energy projects to succeed in BC, but let's not ignore the real reason these projects are stalled in the first place. It's because of this NDP own overregulation and red tape that has driven investment away and made it nearly impossible to complete major infrastructure projects in a timely manner. And now, after years of creating bottlenecks, they want to appear like a hero by offering a single window approach, a system that currently covers 9 wind farms and North Coast transmission line, but by order in council. The cabinet now can expand this to cover any renewable resource they will choose, without debate, without public input, and without any oversight. And we no longer need to debate here. So while the streamlined system may be sold as a fix, it's really just a means to centralize power. And we should be very wary about how this authority is being structured. One of the most alarming features of Bill 14 is that it allows certain renewable energy projects to be exempt from the environmental assessment process. Let me repeat that. This bill gives the power to the government to let projects skip one of the most important safeguards we have. The very process designed to assess and mitigate the long-term impact of industrial development onto our ecosystems, our wildlife, our water, and our communities. This is not a small administrative change. This is a fundamental shift in how we protect British Columbia's environment from being harmed. And while the government claims this exemption applies only to a limited set of projects, the legislature itself makes it crystal clear. Any project without a dam, and that includes many wind, solar, and transmission projects, can be added to the exemption list later by regulation. So in other words, Cabinet alone can decide which projects are subject to scrutiny or which are not, behind closed doors and without public debate. That's a massive loophole here, and it opens the floodgates for industrial-scale energy developments to move forward without a proper oversight, all at the whim of an executive branch. But perhaps just as troubling is what isn't being talked about. This bill also gives the Cabinet the power to block or disapprove renewable energy projects, again, without any public oversight, justification, or transparency. That's an enormous amount of unchecked authority. It raises serious concerns about fairness and potential conflict of interest. In a province where clean energy should be shared, transparent, and equitable gold, we're instead giving one political party, the NDP, the ability to pick winners and losers behind closed doors. That's not how good governance works. Let's not kid ourselves. This is not about cutting red tape. This is about cutting accountability. The environmental assessment process exists for a reason. It forces developers to consider the impact of their projects. It gives the First Nation, local governments, and citizens a voice. It shines a light on potential environment risk before the damage is done. By sidelining this process, the NDP government is not just speeding things up, they're rolling the dice with our natural environment. The bill also introduces a so-called single window system by placing the BC Energy Regulator in charge of energy project approvals, removing the needs to go through multiple ministries. Now, in theory, that might sound efficient, but let's be clear, streamlining is not a synonym for safeguarding. Just because you make the process faster doesn't mean you're making it better or safer. And when you centralize authority in the hand of a single regulator with minimal checks and balances, you increase the risk of bad decisions being made with minimal transparency and even less accountability. So this kind of fast track invites corners to be cut. It invites environmental shortcuts in the name of political convenience. And that's not just speculation. Experts like West Coast Environmental Law has raised the alarm, warning that Bill 14 opens the door for projects to move forward without the kind of meaningful environmental scrutiny that has, for decades, protected British Columbia's watersheds, forests, salmon habitats, and rural communities from long-term damage. The government says we must act urgently to address climate change and build clean energy. Sure, I agree, but urgency cannot become an excuse for recklessness. We must not throw out the very environmental protections that define who we are as a province, just because this government is under pressure to look like it's doing something. British Columbians want real action, that's true, but they also want to be done right. This brings me to my second concern, the lack of meaningful consultation with the Indigenous communities. Indigenous nations across BC, from coast to the interior, has been pioneers in clean energy. They have developed the solar microgrids, hydro projects, the community-driven solutions, that serve remote populations and uphold environmental values. They have led with integrity, vision, and respect for the land. And yet, this Bill 14 was drafted and introduced without transparent or inclusive engagement with many of those same community. Where was the government when it came to time to consult? Where was the listening, the sharing of power, the free, prior, and informed consent? The Nutchana Tribal Council has already spoken out against the bill. So not just the opposition, the Conservative Party is opposing, the communities are opposing, warning that their energy projects could be derailed. The Union of BC Indian Chiefs echoing those concerns. If we truly respect Indigenous rights, we cannot pass legislature that sidelines Indigenous voice and jeopardize Indigenous economic development. Honourable Speaker, while we all agree that transitioning to renewable energy is essential for our province's future, we must also acknowledge a fundamental truth. Even clean energy projects can have serious environmental consequences if they are rushed, poorly planned, or implemented without proper oversight. Let's not forget, large-scale hydro projects, while carbon neutral, can flood the entire ecosystems, displace wildlife, and disrupt aquatic habitats. And while projects involving dams are currently excluded from Bill 14, smaller scale projects like wind farms and transmission lines are not. And they too carry significant environmental risks when poorly planned. Wind farms, for instance, can interfere with birds and bats' migration and alter natural landscapes. Transmission infrastructure can carve through forests, cross wetlands, and damage ecological sensitive areas. Yet Bill 14 treats these projects as if they're automatically low impact, giving them fast-track approval, often without proper environmental assessment. That's a dangerous assumption. Just because a project is green in theory doesn't mean it's harmless in practice. This kind of blanket exemption mindset is reckless, and we need to apply the same level of environmental scrutiny to renewable energy projects as we do to any other major industrial development. Because clean energy is only truly clean if it respects and protects the natural environment it relies on. Right now, there's already growing tension between conservation goals and clean energy development. Yes, Bill 14 completely ignores this reality. It treats all renewable energy projects as inherently good and therefore deserve a free pass, regardless of their size, location, ecological footprint. There's no nuance, no careful weighing on impacts, no meaningful planning framework to ensure that these projects actually enhance rather than undermine our environmental legacy. That's not smart policy. That's lazy policy. That's reactive and overly simplistic. We cannot afford to pit one priority, building green infrastructure, and yet against another equally important goal, protecting British Columbia's biodiversity, watersheds, wildlife corridors, and rural communities. But Bill 14 doesn't just stop at expediting approvals. It goes much, much further. And this is where the legislature becomes deeply troubling. This bill grants the BC energy regulators unprecedented authority. It allows the regulator to change the very law and rules that govern itself, including the Energy Resource Activities Act, without any approval from the legislature. Let that sink in for a moment. We're handing the regulator the ability to rewrite its own playbook with no votes, no debates, no public input, and no oversight from the elected representative in this chamber. That's not democratic. That's not transparent. That's not how we should be governing a sector as important as our clean energy future. And that doesn't end there. Bill 14 further empowers the regulator to, first, under Bill 14, the regulator would have the power to suspend and cancel public hunting, trapping, and angling permits. These are not just hobbies. These are activities deeply rooted in our traditions, culture, and lifestyle of British Columbians for the past 100+ years, particularly in rural and indigenous communities. These are long-standing rights, not privileges, to be revoked without justification. For many, hunting and fishing are not just part of how they put food on the table. They are part of how they pass knowledge down through generations. And yet, this NDP government is now giving unelected officials and bureaucrats to confirm, reduce, extend, or terminate license. And these officers have the ability to shut those rights down at will and without public consultation, without a hearing, and extend it indefinitely? Have we just moved it to a dictatorship state? A place where decisions where our rights are made behind closed doors by unelected officials? Where the rights and freedoms of British Columbians can be suspended at the whim of a single officer? If we're not careful, this is the kind of unchecked power we risk giving away with Bill 14. And second, the bill allows the regulator to override existing safety regulators for certain renewables energy projects. Let's be clear, those safety standards existed for a reason. They protect workers on construction sites, technicians in the field, and families who live near these projects. Removing these protections in the name of speed or cost efficiency isn't progress, it's negligence. We would never tolerate the removal of workplace safety standards in other sectors. So why should renewable energy can be an exception? So let me ask this. If these safety regulations can now be overridden, omitted, or suddenly deemed unnecessary, does that mean they were never essential to begin with? Were they just bureaucratic burdens this government placed on the province for the past 8 years? If that's the case, then the ministry responsible should come out and publicly apologize to British Columbians for wasting their time, money, and resources enforcing what this bill now implies were unnecessary rules all along. You can't have it both ways. Either safety matters or it never did. And if it matters, it must not be discarded for political convenience. Third, and perhaps most shockingly, this bill gives the regulator the power to determine whether land is of heritage significance. Even land that may be sacred or culturally vital to First Nations or local community. And here's the real kicker. Regulators also get to appoint the person who makes that determination. There's no independent process, no community involvement, no accountability. Imagine the conflict of interest. Imagine the irreversible consequence of allowing someone with no cultural connection to a place to declare that it holds no significance, all because it clears the path for a project to go ahead. Clean energy. This isn't just bad policy. It's a complete disregard for reconciliation and shared stewardship. Finally, Bill 14 gives the regulator authorities to approve or disapprove charges or changes, rather, to land use within the agricultural land reserve, all without consulting with the Agricultural Land Commission.
Member, just recognizing the member from Surrey Serpentine River.
Leave, Madam Speaker, to make an introduction.
Is leave approved? Aye. Continue.
Thank you. And thank you to my colleague for giving up that moment of time for me to be able to welcome to the House grade 5 students from my riding in Surrey Serpentine River from the Frost Road Elementary School. There are 3 classes of grade 5 students here today, and I would like the House to welcome them and to let them understand that what's going on this afternoon is a debate about a bill on renewable energy and streamlining processes in the House so that they understand that we're here to make a difference in their world, and we're so excited to have them here. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member from Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and welcome to the House, students. So today we're talking about Bill 14, and I will continue about agricultural land reserve. So the problem is, now without consulting the Agricultural Land Commission, the very body tasked to safeguarding our farmland and protecting BC food security, this is not just a procedural oversight. That's a dangerous precedent. At a time where food prices are climbing and arable land is shrinking, we should be doubling down on protecting farmlands, not bypassing the very institution designed to do so. So when you look at all these powers together, a pattern emerges. Decisions that affect people's lives, communities, cultural, and safety are being centralized in the hand of a regulator with no built-in accountability. This is not about clean energy anymore. This is about unchecked authority, and British Columbians should be very concerned. And this bill also enables the BC energy regulators to introduce new fees, levies, and costs retroactively. Let me repeat that, retroactively. That means companies, organizations, or even individuals could find themselves suddenly responsible for paying costs they had no way of anticipating when they started their projects. Costs that were never disclosed, consulted on, or agreed to at that outset. That isn't just unfair, that's alarming. It creates a regulatory environment where the rules can be changed after the fact, where the finish line can be moved once the race has already begun. How does that build investor confidence? How does that foster innovation and then attract responsible development? This doesn't. This does the opposite. It sends a message that British Columbia is unpredictable, unstable, and hostile to long-term investment. This kind of unpredictability is the nightmare for business planning. It penalizes exactly the kind of companies, clean tech startups, indigenous partnerships, communities-led initiatives that we should be empowering. Instead, it put them at the mercy of bureaucratic whims and retroactive penalties. And what's worse, it opens the door to political favoritism. With no oversight, this government could selectively penalize or reward different groups based on their preferences, ideology, or relationships. That's not governance. It undermines the rule of law and the principles of fairness. It's not just bad policy, it's dangerous policy, this Bill 14. We can't build a reliable energy future on top of an unreliable and politically manipulable regulatory foundation. The bill introduced a separate orphan fund for renewable energy projects, intended to address projects that are abundant or left incompleted. While this is conceptually useful, it currently lacks key safeguards. There's no independent oversight, no reporting framework, no guarantee that the fund will be transparently managed, and the authority to draw from or manage the fund sits squarely with, you guessed it, the regulator and the cabinet. This should be a red flag for every British Columbian concerned about public money and environmental liability. So, Honourable Speaker, what we are seeing with Bill 14 is a continuation of the authoritarian tendencies we saw at Bill 7. This bill sought sweeping powers over land use planning. Now, Bill 14 gives those same unchecked powers over energy developments. The government claims they're just advancing 9 wind farms and transmission lines. But hey, this bill allows them to take control of any project they choose, anytime, anywhere, under the banner of renewable energy. There's no clear limit to their reach, there's no meaningful oversight by the legislature, and there's no accountability to the public. So, Honourable Speaker, in conclusion, I only have 1 minute left. Yes, we need more clean energy projects. So stop saying that we are not supporting clean energy projects. We are, clearly. We need to build infrastructure for a low-carbon future, and quicker. But Bill 14 is not the best way to do it. It strips away environmental protections. It bypasses Indigenous and community consultation. It gives one government and one regulator total authority without legislative approval. And it leaves our natural lands, our heritage sites, and even our hunting and fishing rights at the mercy of the cabinet and unelected bureaucrats. We should not trade the democratic process for executive convenience. This bill is not about clean energy. It's not about Donald Trump, but it's about control. And if we care about transparency, accountability, and real climate leadership, that's not what Bill 14 is about. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the Attorney General and Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to speak in favor of this bill that's a Renewable Energy Project and Streamlined Permitting Act. What this bill does, along with the work that the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions has done, is to lay a vision for this province of clean, abundant energy that we can all be proud of. It's important to note that with this bill, what it means is we'll be able to get to these projects faster, to build up our clean energy grid in BC, and connect energy through all corners of our province in a really powerful and visionary way. I'm so proud of the work that's happening with our government to make sure that we can fast track what's good for this province, which is clean energy, solutions for climate change, and securing our energy independence. All of these things are needed now and in the future. And what it lays out through these tools in this act and the vision that the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions is laying out is a future in our province where there's abundant clean energy, where we can transition away from fuels that are adding to our emissions, and we can do the transition work on the ground on every corner of this province. It's a beautiful vision. It's a beautiful vision that everybody should get behind. And the tools that we are putting in place with this bill will help us do exactly that. It'll help us build up this vision of this province that we all should be supporting. What this bill allows us to do is to streamline the permitting process for renewable energy projects and transmission lines. The minister had done a call to power, and I just want to spend a little bit of time talking about what that call to power means for this province. The call to power, the first one that happened in 2004 or 2024, and the approval of projects that were $6 billion worth of investment in the province, $3 billion of which were equity for First Nations across this province. What will that do for our grid? We know that that will increase the supply of 8% of clean energy, and 8%, equivalent to Site C Dam, and that's enough power for 500,000 new homes. We think about that impact, and we're just getting started. Madam Chair, the minister announced recently another call to power, which would double that. It would double that. As somebody who is not only part of this government, but a citizen of this province, I'm really proud of that. I'm proud of the transformative nature that that could have on the future of some of our guests here today that are in elementary school, in the future of this province and the future that we can build together. And we need to do that quickly. We need to do that in a way that respects all of our beautiful environment, respects for First Nations people, but moves quickly. And this bill gives us the tools to exactly do that. What it would mean was that there would be a single permitting agency for renewable energy projects and transmission lines. It will simplify the approval process for these projects, eliminating the need for cross-ministry and agency permitting. The opposition talks quite a bit about red tape, but I find it interesting that when this bill before them is about making sure that we can streamline things to get things built faster, they're speaking against it. I find that confusing, not only for myself and the government that listens to it, but I'm sure for the public, as what we have before this House is something that takes the tools that we have as a government to reduce the timeline it takes to make sure that permitting goes quickly, to make sure that there can be certainty in our processes so we can build things quicker. We can build to the needs that our clean energy grid demands and the needs of the future. I find that really inspiring. Just to talk a little bit about how the importance of reconciliation to the work that we've done and we are doing as a government. As a government, and I know personally in my role, we work very closely to make sure that our work and our commitment to UNDRIP is happening on every aspect of our government. It's been a core part of the work that we've been doing for a few years now. And a very important part of that, which I think should be noted, was to make sure that all of our laws align with our commitments under the Constitution and the honor of the work of the Crown that we need to do. And so that's why in 2021, we amended the Interpretation Act and added 8.1 to that Interpretation Act. And what that clearly states is that every enactment in law in British Columbia cannot derogate from the rights of Indigenous people in the Constitution. We are so committed to that that we put it clearly in our Interpretation Act, which is a tool to interpret every single piece of legislation in British Columbia. I want all of our First Nations partners to know that that commitment is strong from all of us, and that I think is exemplified in the nature of the projects that we're moving forward in a streamlined way. $3 billion of the $6 billion is with First Nations, or First Nations equity. We are not only doing something to grow our grid, we're supporting First Nations partners across this province. And another really powerful thing about this streamlined process is the North Coast transmission line. That's going to help connect this province, connect energy, clean energy to corners of this province to spur economic growth. We on this side of the House are supportive of making sure that every community across this province, rural, remote, urban, has the opportunities that they need to have a strong economy. And one of those is making sure that they have access to clean energy. And that all those economic opportunities that come with access to that clean energy are supported. The streamlining of that process to build the North Coast transmission line is also another really inspiring part of that lays the groundwork for what our future could be in this province, and the future that we can build together if we focus our resources in the right direction, if we put the energy and time that we have in a focused way to make sure that these projects are getting built in a timely way and that we're pushing forward with our vision for the future. There's also another level that we've all been facing in the last few months, and certainly I've been debating for about 49 hours in another part of this House about how we're responding to unprecedented threats that we're facing from our partners that we used to have down south and hopefully one day will, and that's a threat to our sovereignty. That's a threat to how we can depend on our partners, or how we have to shift away from relying on what was a strong relationship for many things, including our trade. And one of the things that we've all been focused on since then is ensuring our sovereignty is protected, but I think also you've heard from the Prime Minister, energy independence. Energy independence is vital to how we make sure that our industries have a source of energy, that we're not tied to grids that we can't depend on, that are unreliable across border in the context of a trade war and what could be threats to our sovereignty. As a government, we've responded in many ways, and legislation before this House really demonstrates that, whether it's our Bill 7, Bill 14, or another bill before the House that is about speeding up our hospitals, schools, and other infrastructure that's badly needed in this province. If there ever was a time for us to stand together, for us to realize that our power is in investing in our people, investing in our energy infrastructure, and investing in our future. And that our government, I know, sees that vision and sees the vision of a clean future where we're addressing climate change, where every corner of this province has access to clean energy, where we can build up the economies that we know we need to rely on, in the future and today, and where we're independent in every way that we can. I believe in the people of this province. I believe in their ability to meet adversity, to adapt, and to become stronger. But we as a government need to make sure we have the tools in place to respond to that, to make sure that investment stays in this province by moving quickly when it comes to certainty in regulatory regimes, when it comes to responding to the growth that we need to see all over our province. It's a real pleasure for me to stand up and support the work of the Minister of Energy and Climate Solutions in bringing this bill forward. I'm really excited about what it means for the province and excited about what it means for clean energy and addressing climate change in the future. There's a few things that I think, in closing, that I'll talk about that come with the call to power. So the 2024 call to power projects, 10 new wind and solar projects, 5,000 gigawatt hours are enough power for 500,000 homes, as I mentioned before. The second call to power will double it. These accelerated timelines will mean that these projects are done faster and they can be part of the grid faster. This is a plan that is meeting the moment and also meeting the future for this province. And it is something that I think we should all be proud of. And I would hope that everybody in this House would support the good work that's contained in this bill and the impacts it will have on the future of this province. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to speak to Bill 14 with significant changes on how energy projects are assessed and regulated in our province. I fully recognize renewable energy as an important step in our climate goals, our affordability goals, and our energy sovereignty goals. In getting these projects online, however, Bill 14 gives sweeping new powers, as has been mentioned, to the BC Energy Regulator. This is a Crown corporation originally created to serve the oil and gas industry. This bill would expand the regulator's mandate to include renewable energy projects like wind, solar, and geothermal, as well as major transmission infrastructure. The title says this bill is about streamlining, but what it really seems to be streamlining is environmental protections, consolidating authority within a regulator that many communities do not trust to act in the public interest. As I've said, the original purpose of the energy regulator was very much to facilitate the development of the oil and gas industry in the province and act as a one-stop concierge, so to speak. While that has shifted since inception, the origin story goes a long way to explain the current state of its compliance and enforcement. Formerly the Oil and Gas Commission, the energy regulator is both a one-stop shop for all approvals and in charge of keeping companies in line with the laws. By way of the Energy Resource Activities Act, the regulator has special powers over the Environmental Management Act, Water Sustainability Act, Land Act, Wildlife Act, Forest Act, and Heritage Conservation Act, among others, noting that all these need to be followed in permitting these projects. This means the regulator can make decisions and issue permits to clear an archaeological site, for example, or cut down forests to clear land for fossil fuel projects. It also means the regulator is responsible for enforcement if a project like Coastal GasLink is breaking any of those laws. The energy regulator is commonly known to be industry regulating itself, paid for through industry fees, and seen by many as a rubber stamp entity. So far, it has not effectively represented public and Indigenous values or scientific rigor in its decision-making. Crown Corporation claims to be independent, but as I mentioned, is funded by industry, overseen by a government-appointed board, and lacking in transparency. Compare this to the BC Environmental Assessment Office. Their inspection reports are regularly published to their website. BC Energy Regulator reports are not publicly available. BCER has faced significant criticism for its oversight of the Coastal GasLink project, particularly regarding environmental compliance. Despite conducting over 500 inspections, the BCER issued only 12 minor tickets totaling approximately $2,760. In contrast, the EAO, the Environmental Assessment Office, has levied over $1.4 million in penalties against Coastal GasLink for repeated environmental noncompliance. Furthermore, investigative reports have revealed instances where the BCER identified potential environmental infractions but did not take enforcement action. Recent reporting by the Narwhal and the Investigative Journalism Foundation detailed how, in many cases, the BC Energy Regulator did not fine or reprimand companies when they apparently broke regulations intended to protect the environment and public health and safety. Is this who we want regulating our clean energy future? Public support is not a given, it must be earned. After the BCER failure to properly regulate Coastal GasLink, support and trust with northern communities must be restored. How has the province learned from the terrible failures with Coastal GasLink? How are they improving operations at the BCER? We've asked this question in briefings, but received vague answers. And the problem, Madam Speaker, is that many of these items are to be resolved through regulations that will follow, that we can't see at this moment. How will cumulative impacts be assessed? Who will be responsible for consultation with First Nations? How will the regulator conduct public engagement? What processes will take place in lieu of an environmental assessment? These are important questions that need answers before this bill becomes law. The BCER must evolve beyond facilitating industry to a credible, science-based, rights-respecting public agency, especially if it's going to be trusted with regulating BC's clean energy future. Unfortunately, none of that is part of this bill. I'd like to speak for a moment about the North Coast transmission line specifically referenced in this bill. $3 billion, 450-kilometre hydro transmission project. According to BC Hydro, it's expected to power a wide range of industrial customers. The impacts on people, land, and wildlife are substantial. The proposed route would affect over 100 private properties, including valuable agricultural land. Cross trap lines, woodlots, and come within 200 meters of archaeological sites. It overlaps with winter habitat for moose and crosses rivers that support at-risk white sturgeon. These are not minor details to be streamlined. They're critical to the ecological and cultural fabric of northern BC. The government has been promoting this line as essential infrastructure. Vital, and some of these the third-party caucus supports port electrification, hydrogen processing, maybe even some critical mineral processing and mining to help with our electrified future.
Excuse me, Leader of the Third Party, I want to recognize the member from Surrey Serpentine River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the recognition, and my apologies to my Green Party colleague, but I seek leave to make an introduction.
Is leave approved?
Aye.
Continue.
Thank you. And we have another class of grade 5 students from the Frost Road Elementary School in the Surrey Serpentine River riding. So welcome them to the House. And just to let them know that there are 3 houses, Madam Speaker, going on right now so that they don't think we've all gone on vacation. And thank you for making them feel welcome here this afternoon.
Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, we can support some of the purposes of the North Coast transmission line, port electrification, possibly some critical mineral mining for electrification, hydrogen processing. I will leave LNG liquefaction of natural gas aside as a separate item that we're unable to support and that will potentially use most of this electrical power. The Energy Minister went as far as to say that if the line isn't built and built quickly, those industries may not proceed in the Northwest. When I asked in estimates debate who the line is really for, the minister responded, quote, "First and foremost, the residents of the Northwest." That's a very different story from what's said in press releases, and it really changes the picture on the North Coast transmission line. I look forward to committee stage to get some clarity on this. British Columbians deserve transparency and clarity on this. They deserve to know whether the line is being truly built for them or whether they're being asked to bear the cost of subsidizing industry of any kind. Make no mistake, the costs are real. If public money is used to build this line, we're shifting the financial burden onto everyday ratepayers. This would be a step, if used for LNG, it would be a step backward on the government's commitment to end fossil fuel subsidies. This government has made clear that if BC wants to meet its climate objectives, new LNG development must be powered by electricity. A 2023 report from the Pembina Institute showed that electrifying just BC's oil and gas sector would require more than 8 times the electricity produced by the Site C dam. That's an astonishing figure, and it raises serious questions about priorities. That's not only 8 Site C dams, but also 8 calls for power of the size that was just issued. We should be using our clean electricity to power real climate solutions, not fossil fuel projects. I can't emphasize enough, Madam Speaker, how little sense it makes to produce clean energy only to liquefy fossil fuels to ship across the Pacific to be burned. By bypassing environmental assessments, we're bypassing the process designed to identify and mitigate impacts, but also to build community support and social license for these. A few years ago, this government updated the Environmental Assessment Act precisely to ensure a more holistic view of impacts and to fully respect the rights of Indigenous peoples. Weakening those standards now sends the wrong message at the worst possible time. On the process of this, we can't make the mistake of equating speed with progress. The push to cut red tape too often means cutting out communities, cutting corners on environmental protection, and cutting short the consultation with Indigenous peoples. This debate isn't just about regulation, it's about trust. It's about whether British Columbians can believe that the systems in place will protect their environment, respect Indigenous rights, and ensure decisions are made in the public interest. And the public can't know that. In fact, this House can't know that because most of this will be sorted out in regulations. In BC, developments like mines, pipelines, and large infrastructure projects must undergo an environmental assessment. They're not red tape, they're rigorous, science-based, and designed to ensure we understand the impacts of major projects before shovels hit the ground. I've participated in these, and yes, occasionally they hit a snag that is frustrating for industry and even frustrating for regulators, but on the whole, they're meant to introduce science and build socioeconomic license and protect the environment. The process typically takes 3 to 5 years. When it's conducted by the Environmental Assessment Office, it's an independent agency that reports to the Ministry of Environment, not to industry. And when violations occur, the Environmental Assessment Office has issued real penalties, including for projects like Coastal GasLink. What we're seeing now is a dangerous trend, a growing trend of cutting red tape, dismantling of protections in the name of speed. But it's not, and this isn't a theoretical concern on the precautionary principle. We've seen the consequences. We saw it at Mount Polley, where a tailings dam failure devastated a watershed. We see it in the southeast, where selenium from coal mines continues to poison rivers. And we saw it on Banks Island, where a project that never underwent an environmental assessment dumped waste into the ocean and declared bankruptcy, leaving the community to deal with the mess. These are all painful reminders of what happens when we rush to deregulate. We need to stop treating regulation as a barrier and recognize it as the safeguard that it is. If we're serious about building a clean energy, and we are serious and we fully support that, we also have to be serious about doing it right. That means strengthening regulatory protections, not weakening them. It means ensuring free, prior, and informed consent from Indigenous peoples. It means creating space for meaningful public participation that builds public support. The cost of getting this wrong is not just financial, it's environmental, social, and generational. Madam Speaker, in closing, how we build these renewable energy projects really matters. This energy transition must be built on a foundation of strong environmental standards, meaningful Indigenous consultation, and transparent independent oversight. It must earn and maintain the trust of the public. Bill 14 risks undermining that trust. If we want to build a clean energy future that lasts, we must ensure the public is not just consulted, but confident that their voices, their values, and their environments are protected. That's how we build support. That's how we build legitimacy. That's how we build social license and a truly sustainable future. BC Green Caucus has a small number of concerns with this bill that we will bring forward at committee stage, and we will hope to hear those resolved or bring amendments, and we look forward to the next phase of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member from Kamloops, North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I enjoyed very much the previous two debates from the government side. What was interesting is that we were supposed to be debating and talking about the processing of streamlining projects, electrification projects, and really what we got from the previous two members was an election speech. You know, wrapping up about sovereignty and the fact that we really got to do this. And let's be candid about our expectations on electrification. Never once did this side ever say that we were against electrification. Not once. Okay? We want to talk about forward thinking in this government? Let's go way, way, way back to 2021. 2021. Where it says, where does BC Hydro find itself today? A whopping 4 years, okay? And it says right in here, BC Hydro is well positioned to serve our customers' province-wide electricity needs for most of the next decade with additional demand-side measures before adding any new, clean, and renewable energy resources. Our integrated system is currently in a surplus. Well, the Energy Minister knows, just like I know, that we no longer have a surplus. Period. You know, I can't imagine what my grandfather's generation would think right now. My grandfather was involved in power generation in Revelstoke when he got back from serving in World War II. Those people were incredibly proud. Not only incredibly proud of what they were able to build, but forward-thinking enough so that we could have that capacity in the future. And I kind of giggle and laugh, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker now, thank you, when we hear the minister taking responsibility for Site C, a project that hasn't even really come online yet, something that was previously designed and purposely brought before this House and that was actually soundly defeated by the opposition of the time, the NDP, now taking credit for that project, taking credit for LNG. Next, he'll be taking credit, I'm sure, for Micah and Revelstoke and possibly the Bennett Dam. You know, but honestly, where is the forward thinking in this whole process? I mean, we're supposed to be talking about streamlining protocols. Well, the only reason why we're even having this discussion today, even the purpose of having Bill 14, is because there hasn't been any planning. There hasn't been any forward thinking, and now we're so far behind that they have to do everything they possibly can to cut through everything that is necessary in this province. And one of those things is making sure that there's proper public consultation, there's proper environmental assessment, and it's done properly. Nowhere, I've spent the last 3 days trying to go through this process. I'm trying to determine numbers, and I haven't seen any numbers on any of this stuff when it comes to cost. All I've seen is a wish list. We talk about 10 projects, 9 that are wind, 1 that is solar, and I'm trying to go through the math, and that's just about impossible, especially with this government, because we know how good they are with math. I mean, what's that deficit going to be now? 13, 14, 15 billion? Hell, let's make it 20. It doesn't seem to matter to them how much money we need to spend. And even though we do have one of the lowest rates for electricity in North America, I can guarantee you that's going to change under this government. When I'm looking at some of the numbers, and I'd like to be able to talk to that, Mr. Speaker, because I think the other side had a fair amount of latitude when it came to not even talking about the process, but talking about sovereignty, and I'll get to that in a minute. The reality is, when you look at these first 10 projects, the previous member that was speaking mentioned it was $6 billion, while we were told each project was $750 million. So that comes in at 7.5, not 6. Now, if the energy minister wants to refute that, maybe he can actually show us some real numbers of what these projects are supposed to cost. Because we haven't seen anything, have we, Mr. Minister? Not a penny. But oh, hey, we got non-disclosure agreements, and we got a bunch of stuff going on behind closed doors. But we'll get to it. We'll let you know how much money it's going to cost. And this next request for proposal hasn't even been done yet. He's talking about it, but it hasn't even been done yet. It's not even on the paper.
Member, I'm not sure why the minister is coming to the chair, but we'll deal with that in a moment. I will say this is not question period. We're here to debate Bill 14, and I'm very interested in understanding how that's going to affect residents in British Columbia. So please carry on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The reality is we have an energy electrification deficit in this province. End stop. We knew this was coming years ago. BC Hydro did not adequately plan for the future. And now they're trying to wrap everything together in clean energy because of some unknown reason other than we're supposed to save the planet all by ourselves. When you look at other alternatives in renewable, there's also biomass, okay? So nowhere does it say that we couldn't be using biomass as that alternative for renewable energy. It doesn't say that. And in the last proposal the last introduction of proposals, there was one biomass project that was identified and it wasn't awarded. Okay? The second part is when we look at base load, we look at redundancies, we look at streamlining the process, and the minister doesn't want to hear my speech, so that's great. We can talk about numbers when we get to committee. But the reality is we need to have certainty of supply, not only for electrification and electricity, but for a wide variety of things in this product. Without input, we don't have output. And when we have opportunities here to be planning for the future, and we're talking about the North Coast transmission line, which is basically just a doubling of the existing 500-volt line that goes from Prince George to Terrace, that's one thing. That's distribution of power. But where is the power going to be coming from, Mr. Speaker? And some of the concerns that have been brought on this side of the House, not only in the streamlining process that this government says it desperately needs, but the negative impacts to our environment. Because we know that if we're going to be putting these projects together, we're going to be negatively impacting the environment. When you look at the sheer scope of just those 9 wind projects that are going to be built, the amount of concrete that's going to have to be transported to those locations, the amount of excavation that is going to have to take place, the crossing of all the streams and the reclassification and possibly changing of bridges, those are all negative impacts to our environment, Mr. Speaker. Yet now the government feels that they don't have to have any public consultation. They can decide whether there's an environmental assessment or not, because we really need electricity. Well, we've known that for years. So that doesn't make any excuses not to do it properly, and it also doesn't mean that we shouldn't be looking at other tools in the toolbox. Now, even when we're looking at streamlining the process, you know, Site C, which I think we all agree is something that was desperately needed in this province. But even if you look at the planning that was put forward and how many years, it goes back to 2007 when the initial planning was being done. So now we're talking, it took 17, 18 years between that initial process and the planning and the engagement with First Nations, many of whom are still not very happy with the way the project went through, with the negative impact to their lands. And going forward, we still haven't determined exactly how that's going to work out with this process. We know in the Vancouver Sun today that there was some comments made by Assembly of First Nations Chief TG about Bill 15, and a lot of that was around the fast tracking of process. I'm not entirely sure what they're going to think about Bill 14, but when you start looking at what's going on with these projects, with overlapping boundaries with First Nations and all through the consultation process, I'm just wondering how this is actually going to work if it's only up to Cabinet to make that decision, and not allowing the people of this province, the people that are in this room right now, to be able to be part of that process. You know, I heard earlier today about that we're supposed to be representing, you know, all the people in the province. We do, Mr. Speaker. The 93 of us do, from every single region in British Columbia. Some of these regions will not be negatively impacted by these projects that are already on the books, but many of them will be. And I think we've already talked about a bunch of the different negativity aspects of this project, whether it's access for landowners, access for the Cattlemen's Association that was here this week, access for First Nations, access for community forests, access for forests in general and the licensees that have a legal responsibility and a right to be able to use those Forest Service roads, the same roads that these projects are going to be using at the same time. There's a bunch of unanswered questions, Mr. Speaker, and that is why this side of the House doesn't agree with this rubber stamp, because that's really what this is. This is kind of like, just trust us and we're going to get it done. Well, if past projects are any indication of trust us, we're going to get this done, if it ever does get done, it's going to be half as good and twice as much money. That's what their record speaks for. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about process, by allowing the regulator to have sole jurisdiction in this, the regulator will be able to change not only the regulations, but there can be laws changed as well. Now, again, that's why we're here. That's why the members in this House are here, is to hear from the public, hear their concerns, and make the laws. It isn't for the Cabinet to make the laws. That's why we've had so much pushback from Bill 7. That's why this side of that's why the government took Amendment 4 out of Bill 7, was specifically because of that. It also gives, this legislation also gives the regulator the authority to suspend or cancel permits. So these are existing permits. These could be permits for hunting, trapping, angling, possibly community forest licenses, possibly forest licenses. The list goes on. Because again, this allows the government to rewrite whatever they want. So excuse me if I'm a little bit skeptical on the trust side of things, because in the last little while, certainly in the last 8 years, this government has been able to do whatever they want, when they have those types of powers, without any checks or balances. Now, we also heard from the other side about sovereignty, and that we shouldn't be relying on our neighbors to the north or the neighbors to the south for anything. Well, they're right. My mom used to tell me all the time, don't worry about what somebody else is doing, worry about what you're doing. And that's exactly what this side of the House is doing. We are worrying about what we're doing here in British Columbia. And if people out there aren't totally familiar with the way electricity works in this province, it's a buy and sell. We sell power to the US at peak times for peak dollars, and then we turn around and import cheaper power at night. That's how it's always worked. But now we are a net importer of power. Last year was over $500 million that we had to import, and I'm guessing it'll be more this year. And even though our largest clean energy generator is hydroelectric. We're still at the whim of Mother Nature. We still may not have enough water for electricity on the demands that we have. And we also have a Columbia River Treaty that hasn't been renegotiated. And part of that treaty is the Americans' ability to tell us how much water we should be sending downstream. And part of that agreement is money that we get back from the Americans on that power generation portion of the water that we provide naturally through our dams. That's up for renegotiation as well. So, believe it or not, we still rely on each other for the most trade of any other two countries in the world, regardless of who's sitting in the Oval Office at this time. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the opportunity when we get to committee to be able to ask the minister specifically on the numbers that I asked for before. Because again, we cannot afford to move forward on any of these projects without knowing exactly how much they're going to cost, how much power they're actually going to create, and when that power will actually be generated and distributed in this province. Now, I can argue from everything I've seen online, and people back home can check it out for themselves, but when you look at wind power, in most jurisdictions, it's half of what they say it's going to be. Half. So if each one of these power generation plants that have already been approved come online at 160 megawatts, I would say they're going to be approximately less than that. And when the member across says that we're going to be able to have enough power to generate 500,000 homes from these last 10 that have been announced, I would vehemently disagree with that. Because in the past, in any other jurisdiction in the world, that isn't true. So not only are we going to get half of what we think we're going to get or what's been planned, it'll end up costing us twice as much in the future. One of the other things that affects many of us that aren't in the Lower Mainland, and it does affect some in the Lower Mainland, because maybe this will be a wind farm coming near you. I mean, maybe it's going to end, the next one will be down in the valley. We don't know. Could be the next call for power. This allows the regulator to single-handedly change the regulations in regards to ALRs. Now, I know there's members on the other side that would disagree with that. But again, with the streamlining of processes, what's to say that that doesn't happen? Because that's what I see in my notes. It also talks about what land is heritage and what is not. That was specified as well. So they get to determine what is now heritage and what isn't. Another thing it does is it allows the cabinet to decide who actually gets these projects. So again, no oversight, no consultation. I mentioned it earlier in my remarks to the member across about where are the numbers, where's the agreements, and we've seen nothing. Now, I've heard stories that many of these projects that have already been approved have significant financial challenges on the structuring of the way the corporations were designed, structuring and where the financing is coming from, and again, no clear timeline and when these projects are actually going to be built or come online. So again, this streamlining process is supposed to enable the government to speed up this so that this power will be available sooner than was originally planned or originally needed, but we have seen nothing concrete in timelines. Is it 2 years, 5 years, 8 years, 10 years? We have no idea. Yet we're supposed to take it on faith that not only are we working on it, and we desperately need it, and we need you guys to basically give us a blank check, but we have no idea when these projects are coming online. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about streamlining the process, is I can't even find a demand list from BC Hydro. I can't even find exactly what our load demands are, or even a projection in 5 years. I would really like the opportunity, once we get to committee, to have these conversations, but again, it's very difficult for me to formulate an opinion, and especially to be able to think that I'm going to be in a mindset that I'm going to be able to accept and approve what the government is doing without at least giving me the information necessary to make an informed decision. And right now, we've received basically nothing. All we've received is that we really need the electricity, and we'll do everything we possibly can, but it has to be clean. Well, how clean does it have to be, Mr. Speaker? How clean? Because we know that the targets that were originally designed by this government for 2030 seem to be changing. We just heard this week the energy minister mentioning that if LNG 2 comes online, that those emission targets and those emissions wouldn't count because it was actually planned pre-2030. Wow. So now they're changing the parameters of how they determine what their targets actually are. Does that mean that they're going to change the parameters of what's clean and what's not clean? Because I can argue that if we're going to use biomass as a renewable resource or renewable generation, which is exactly what it says renewable power. It doesn't specify that we can't use biomass. And the last call for power had one biomass in there that unfortunately they weren't successful. Does that mean that that's going to be included in this next round of requests? Because I can guarantee you that biomass does not have zero emissions. It may be close, but it's not net zero. And I've said this before, and maybe it's only a personal reflection, but quite frankly, net zero is for zeros. Because we're never going to get to zero. Nowhere in this world is at zero. So why are we destroying our economy by trying to get to zero? Particularly when the government is moving the goalposts when it comes to what actually counts for climate targets and what doesn't. You know, all the electricity that we import, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, from the U.S., none of that counts. So if all of a sudden, if some of the northern states wanted to use pure coal-generating power and turn around and trade it with us for the electricity that we supply to them, that doesn't count. But hey, it's across the line, so it really doesn't matter. You know, I heard a comment also earlier today about not supporting LNG, liquefaction of natural gas. Well, part of the challenge of that, Mr. Speaker, is that we are sacrificing clean hydroelectric power from Site C to be able to use that power in Kitimat. Now, I can argue that we should probably be using more natural gas power generation because that liquid natural gas is replacing the dirty coal that other jurisdictions in the Asia Pacific are using right now. And I feel pretty good about that. Even though it's another jurisdiction not even trying to reduce their emissions, we're actually forcing them to do it by supplying them with a cleaner form of energy.
Member, I wonder if we could get back to Bill 14.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for keeping me on the task at hand when the previous chair didn't seem to be too concerned about that. But thank you very much for bringing me around to that. When we look at a couple of the bills that are before us, including Bill 14, and I think my previous member talked about it last night, there's a reason why we got to this place. Two reasons, actually. The first reason was we prided ourselves in this province to have some of the strongest environmental standards in the world. Now, some of us might say that we were forced to do it. Some of us wanted to do it. Some of us didn't want to do it. The reality is we all support it. We're better for it. This streamlining, masking is really not what we need, Mr. Speaker. We need to be able to make sure, with the guidance of this House, that those environmental standards are maintained, not just with our First Nations, not just with public consultation, but the people in this room that have just as much experience on this side as the other side. And that's what's important, is to make sure that we do it right and not to start running around and pretend that we're desperate. Well, the only reason why we're desperate, Mr. Speaker, is because of lack of planning. That's why we're desperate. And I can argue that there's other ways of bringing electrification to our grid faster than some of these projects. Yes, it may include other forms of renewable and cleaner energy. We haven't even discussed nuclear. That doesn't even want to be part of the table. Yet there's so many other jurisdictions in the world that rely on nuclear power every single day, and I can argue it's one of the safest forms of electrification there is now in the world. Yet they're not just shutting all their nuclear systems down because they know it's part of the overall package of supplying dependable power when we need it. When we have a government that ends up pushing us basically into a corner with changes to electrification, all the new builds are electrified, we ought to have EVs, mandate us till 2035 where it's mandatory, you won't be able to sell a new vehicle. Where actually is this power going to come from? Because I can argue in downtown Vancouver or West Vancouver that if half the people down there had an EV, there's no way they charge them at their residence. They'd be charging them out in Abbotsford and trying to find a way to get out there to go get their car. That's the forward thinking that this NDP government has offered us. And now they're in a bind. They're desperate, and they want us to give them a blank check with this Bill 14. Well, not from me, and not from anybody else in this House until they can convince us that the proper environmental standards are going to be met. We're going to be able to see all the costing before it goes online. We're going to be able to see what the negative impacts to the environment will be, and when will these be coming online? When are they going to be built? Again, is it 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? How many years? And what assurances do we have there won't be any cost overruns? Again, streamlining is supposed to improve the process, make it cheaper. Well, the proof will be in the pudding. Who's to say that they won't have cost overruns? I mean, look at the Trans Mountain project. This government was against it, tooth and nail. Now, of course, they support it because we need the exports of oil. But look at the difference of how that initial cost and how much it ballooned through the process. And yes, we can argue part of it is because the federal government came along and took supervision of it and didn't do a very good job of it. But the other part is there was a bunch of weather-related issues. COVID got in there, supply chain issues, the whole 9 yards. Who's to say that's not going to happen again? Particularly when we talk about the U.S. and the tariff threats. So how confident is the government in these costing proposals that they've already agreed to? What happens if they go over budget? Who's going to pay for the difference? So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I have many unanswered questions when it comes to this bill, particularly in not being able to know exactly what we're dealing with and not having the flexibility to be looking at all the opportunities when it comes to electrification. I take exception when the other side says, you're against electricity. Of course we're not. Of course we're not. But the reality is we need all the power generation tools, not just strictly wind and solar. Because we know that if the wind doesn't blow or the sun doesn't shine, we don't get any power out of that stuff. So we need to be able to make sure that we have an equal balance when it comes to our future growth for electricity in this province. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Kamloops North Thompson. Recognizing the member from Bulkley Valley Stikine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak against Bill 14, the Renewable Energy Project Streamlined Permitting Act. At first glance, this bill looks like a response to a real problem: the long delays and the red tape that have stifled the investment in renewable energy across British Columbia. For years, this NDP government has layered on so many regulations and costs they've driven investment out of the province. And now they want to pretend they've seen the light. They want British Columbia to believe they are removing barriers, supporting clean energy, and inviting opportunity back into our communities. But let's be clear about what Bill 14 really does. This bill goes far beyond cutting red tape. It hands sweeping, unchecked powers to the NDP government and the BC Energy Regulator powers that should alarm every citizen, no matter where they stand on renewable energy. Bill 14 allows the government to exempt projects from environmental assessments, sidestep the Agricultural Land Reserve, ignore safety standards, and even retroactively impose fees and levies on projects, all without the approval of this legislature. It gives the regulator the power to cancel hunting, trapping, and angling permits, decide what lands they qualify as heritage sites, and amend its own governing laws without accountability or public oversight. This isn't good governance. This isn't clean energy done right. This is a blank check for government overreach. This side of the House will not stand by as this government centralizes power, strips away local input, and places the livelihoods of farmers, hunters, anglers, and rural families at risk, all under the cover of streamlining. This Bill 14 is not a solution. It's a threat to fairness, accountability, and the democratic principles that we all share. Mr. Speaker, one of the headline promises of Bill 14 is that it creates a so-called single window for the approval of renewable energy projects. On its face, this sounds reasonable. After all, we all know that under the current system, project proponents have often to navigate a maze of ministries, regulators, and overlapping requirements just to get a renewable energy project off the ground. Today, a company hoping to build a wind farm or transmission line in British Columbia has to secure approvals from multiple ministries: energy, environment, transportation, agriculture, and each brings its own timelines, its own paperwork, and its own costs. There's no doubt that this has been frustrating for industry, for investors, and even for communities that want to see new projects online. But, Mr. Speaker, Bill 14 does not just streamline approvals, it centralizes control. Right now, the bill covers 9 wind farms and the North Coast transmission line. But under this legislation, the Cabinet has the power to expand the single window system to cover any renewable resources. They choose by order in council with no legislative debate. That means the government can unilaterally decide which projects are swept into the system and which ones are exempt from environmental assessments, safety standards, farmland protections, and public consultation. It's not just about cutting red tape, it's about cutting oversight. Instead of building a system that is faster and fairer, the NDP is creating a system that is faster and less accountable. And make no mistake, it concentrates enormous power in the hands of the Premier and Cabinet, bypassing the very democratic checks that British Columbians expect. We need to fix the permitting system, but we cannot fix it by tearing down accountability. Mr. Speaker, another worrying component of Bill 14 is the creation of a new orphan fund, specifically for renewable energy projects, a fund that will exist separately from the existing orphan well fund used in the oil and gas sector. On the surface, this sounds like responsible planning. We know that in the oil and gas industry, orphan wells abandoned without proper cleanup, have created serious environmental and financial liabilities, leaving taxpayers on the hook when companies walk away from their obligations. So the idea of having a dedicated fund to address potential cleanup or decommissioning costs for renewable energy projects seems prudent. But once again, Mr. Speaker, the devil is in the details. Bill 14 gives the BC Energy Regulator sweeping power to recover the costs of this orphan fund through fees and levies, including the power to impose these costs retroactively. That means the regulator can go back in time, look at projects that were already approved or underway, and hit those proponents with unexpected new charges to fund this account. For companies trying to invest in British Columbia, especially in an industry that government claims to want to promote, this creates massive financial uncertainty. How can a business plan a multi-million-dollar renewable energy project, how can a business plan a multinational multi-million-dollar renewable energy project if they don't know whether the regulator will come back a year later and impose retroactive fees to cover unrelated projects or future liabilities? Let's also remember, Mr. Speaker, that this is all happening without clear limits of transparency. There's no clear formula in the bill for how these levies will be set, no certainty around which projects will pay, and no protections to ensure that responsible operators aren't punished for the failure of others. And ultimately, these costs don't just stay on corporate balance sheets, they get passed on to consumers, ratepayers, and to local communities. On this side of the House, we believe in responsible regulation. We believe companies should clean up after themselves. But we also believe in fairness, predictability, and transparency. And Bill 14 provides none of these when it comes to the Orphan Fund. We cannot build a thriving renewable energy sector on the back of unpredictable, retroactive taxation. Investors need clarity. British Columbians need accountability, and this bill, as written, fails on both fronts. Mr. Speaker, another concerning aspect of Bill 14 is how it restructures the approval process through what the government calls 3 levels of streamlining. At first glance, this sounds like a technical change, grouping projects into different categories depending on the size of their complexity. But when you look closely, you see that the government is creating a framework that allows them to pick and choose which projects go through which level of oversight, and more troublingly, which projects can skip environmental assessment altogether. Right now, Bill 14 names 9 wind farms and the North Coast Transmission Line as the first projects covered under this new system. But here's the key point, Mr. Speaker. Under this legislation, Cabinet has the power by regulation to add any renewable project that does not have a dam to this fast-track system without coming back to the Legislature. That includes geothermal, solar, tidal, biomass, and many other types of projects across this province. The largest change here is the government's ability to exempt projects from the environmental assessment process, a process that certainly needs changes to speed it up, but exists for a reason. Environmental assessments are not just bureaucratic exercises. They are the mechanism by which we study a project's potential impacts on land, water, wildlife, and local communities. They ensure that the risks are identified, that mitigation plans are in place, and that the public has a voice in projects that affect their environment. With this bill, the NDP is creating a system where the government can, at its sole discretion, decide which projects are shielded from that scrutiny. And it can do so without debate, without consultation, and without accountability. Mr. Speaker, we absolutely need to improve efficiency in how we approve projects. On that, we agree. But efficiency cannot come at the expense of democratic governance. When you eliminate environmental assessments, you don't just save time, you eliminate a vital safeguard. We need a permitting system that is faster, yes, but also fair, rigorous, and protective of the public interest. Bill 14 tips the scales too far toward unchecked government power, and British Columbians deserve better. Mr. Speaker, as we go deeper into Bill 14, we come to what may be its most dangerous and undemocratic feature: the power it hands to the BC Energy Regulator to change its own governing law and impose retroactive fees, all without approval or oversight from this legislature. Let's be clear, the Energy Resources Activities Act is the foundational law that governs BC Energy Regulator. It sets out the regulator's powers, its responsibilities, its limits, and its obligations to the public. This is not some minor set or technical rules. It's the legal framework that keeps the regulator accountable, transparent, and subject to democratic control. Yet Bill 14 allows Cabinet to delegate authority to the BC Energy Regulator to change, apply, disapply, or modify provisions of that very law. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the referee now gets to rewrite the rule book for itself. Can we imagine a world where we let a mining regulator rewrite mining law on its own terms, or where the Liquor and Cannabis Regulation Branch would rewrite liquor laws in its own discretion? Of course not. But under Bill 14, this government is prepared to hand over that kind of sweeping power to the BC Energy Regulator, all under the banner of streamlining. This is a profound and unacceptable concentration of power. It strips away the role of the legislature. It erodes the principle of democratic accountability, and it effectively creates a regulatory body that can operate without meaningful checks and balances. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, the bill gives the regulator the power to impose fees and levies on projects, including retroactively. This means the regulator can look back at projects that were already approved in progress and slap on additional costs after the fact, costs that companies can no way be anticipating. What does that mean in practice? It means that a company that has secured financing, built a project, and followed every rule of the day could find itself facing new, unexpected financial demands years down the line. And let's be clear, those costs won't just stay on corporate books. They'll flow downstream, hitting taxpayers, local governments, and ultimately ordinary British Columbians. The uncertainty this creates is toxic to investment. Business can handle risk. They cannot handle unpredictability. Retroactive levies tell investors you are not safe here. And at a time when BC is desperate to attract capital for clean energy projects, this bill undercuts our competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, responsible governments do not grant regulators the power to rewrite their own mandates. They do not allow retroactive taxes. And they do not ask businesses, workers, and families to operate under moving goalposts. Bill 14, as written, is a blank check for bureaucratic overreach, and this House should not sign it. Under this legislation, the regulator is given the authority to apply or disapply heritage designation for a piece of land that is of cultural significance to British Columbia, to a local community or a First Nation. Even more concerning, the regulator itself gets to choose the individual who decides whether something qualifies as heritage or not. This is an unprecedented concentration of power in the hands of a regulatory body whose core business is supposed to be overseeing energy projects, not making determinations about culture, history, or Indigenous heritage. Mr. Speaker, heritage designations are not just bureaucratic stamps. They are statements of what we as a society choose to value and protect. They reflect the deep histories of our province. To allow a technical regulator designed to fast-track energy projects to override these protections and to handpick the person making those decisions is an affront to public trust. It raises obvious questions. Whose interests will guide these decisions? Who will appoint the regulator? How will communities or First Nations have a meaningful say in whatever a site is protected or not? The answer under Bill 14 is grim. They may have no meaningful say at all. This approach risks damaging relationships with Indigenous governments, undercutting reconciliation efforts, and fueling conflict at a time when we should be seeking partnership and consensus. It also disregards the concerns of rural British Columbians, rural communities, local governments, and British Columbians who care about protecting our shared history. Mr. Speaker, streamlining approvals cannot mean bulldozing important protections. Responsible governments don't sacrifice heritage at the altar of speed. They recognize that economic development and cultural preservation must go hand in hand, and they ensure that decisions about our shared past are made with care, integrity, and broad public input, not behind closed doors at a regulator's office. Bill 14 fails on this front, and this House must stand up and say so. Mr. Speaker, another deeply troubling provision in Bill 14 is its removal of the Safety Standards Act when it comes to Level 3 streamlined projects. Level 3 projects under this legislation are at the most heavily fast-tracked and least regulated, and yet Bill 14 explicitly states that for these projects, the safeguards provided under the Safety Standards Act no longer apply. Let's be clear about what that means. The Safety Standards Act exists to ensure that work is done safely, that workers, contractors, and the public are protected from preventable harm. It governs electrical systems, gas installations, excuse me, equipment standards, and much more. It's not some optional add-on or red tape. It's the backbone of safe infrastructure development in British Columbia. By removing these protections, Bill 14 is not just streamlining projects, it's cutting corners on safety. It's telling workers and communities, you don't need the same level of protection if the project has been fast-tracked. That is completely unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, no renewable energy project, no matter how urgent or well-intentioned, is worth endangering lives. If the government wants to modernize permitting, it must do so without sacrificing the health, safety, and dignity of workers and local residents. Bill 14, as written, fails that basic test, and this House should reject it on that ground alone. Bill 14 also gives extraordinary power to the BC Energy Regulator to suspend or cancel permits for hunting, trapping, and angling. This isn't just a technical detail buried in the legislation. This is a direct attack on the rights and livelihoods of thousands of British Columbians. Let's remember who holds these permits. We're talking about guide outfitters whose businesses depend on those licenses. We're talking about rural families who have hunted or trapped on the same land for generations, not just as a pastime, but as a way to help feed their families and maintain their cultural traditions. We're talking about anglers, both recreational and commercial, whose activities support local tourism economies across this province. Mr. Speaker, the BC Energy Regulator has no business interfering in this space. It is an agency designed to oversee energy development, not to manage wildlife resources or regulate people's ability to access the backcountry. Yet under Bill 14, the regulator is being handed sweeping authority to pull someone's permit with no hearing, no clear criteria, and no requirement to provide compensation. This is not just bad governance, it's a betrayal of trust. How can we tell rural British Columbians that their livelihoods and traditions can be cast aside at the stroke of a pen by a bureaucrat who was never elected, never consulted with communities, and may never set foot in the regions most affected? Mr. Speaker, we believe government should serve the people, not run roughshod over their rights. We believe in protecting rural livelihoods and upholding traditions. Bill 14 tramples on those values. And on behalf of the hunters, the trappers, the outfitters, and anglers across British Columbia, we stand here today and say, this is unacceptable and this provision must be rejected. Mr. Speaker, as I come to the close of my remarks, today I want to leave this House and the people of British Columbia with a clear understanding of what is truly at stake in Bill 14. The government wants you to think that the bill is simply an effort to fast-track wind farms and transmission lines. Let's be honest. After years of the NDP government piling regulation upon regulation, chasing away investment, and making it nearly impossible to get major projects built in this province, it's no surprise they now want to signal to the public that they are open for business when it comes to renewable energy. But let's not be fooled. This legislation is not just about cutting red tape, it's about handing over extraordinary unchecked authority to the BC Energy Regulator and by extension to the NDP government itself. Bill 14 allows the government and regulator to rewrite their own rulebook without approval of this legislature. It gives them the power to cancel hunting and trapping and angling permits at will, to suspend safety standards on fast-track projects, to unilaterally determine what qualifies as protected heritage land, and to override long-standing protections for the agricultural land reserve. All of this, Mr. Speaker, with little oversight, little accountability, and no meaningful reporting on actions taken. This is not just poor policy making, it's a dangerous step towards centralization, unaccountable government power. Let's be clear, Bill 14 is little more than the authoritarian powers the NDP sought under Bill 7, now wrapped in the politically convenient packaging of clean energy. The government claims this is about advancing 9 wind farms and a transmission line. But the truth is, This bill gives them unlimited power over any renewable project they choose to target in the future. Mr. Speaker, British Columbians deserve better than this. We deserve a permitting system that is efficient, transparent, that welcomes investment while safeguarding our workers and our communities. We deserve a government that respects rural livelihoods, protects the rights of hunters, anglers, and farmers, and ensures that cultural and heritage sites are preserved with care, consultation, not bypassed at the discretion of unelected bureaucrats. The Conservative Party of BC will always stand for fairness, accountability, and respect for the people and places that make British Columbia strong. Bill 14 fails those basic tests. And I urge every member of this House to stand with us and reject this deeply flawed piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the member from Prince George North Cariboo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise on behalf of the people of Prince George North Cariboo to speak in firm opposition to Bill 14, the Renewable Energy Projects Streamlined Permitting Act. That's a mouthful, Mr. Speaker, and so is this act. This bill, in both structure and spirit, poses a direct threat to our communities, our lands, and our future. While the premise of advancing renewable energy sounds noble, Bill 14 sacrifices fundamental principles of consultation, safety, environmental protection, and local decision-making. It is a centralization of power masquerading as climate action. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, we must vote no. In my presentation, I will outline in some detail the numerous flaws embedded within this legislation. I will begin by addressing the glaring absence of meaningful consultation with First Nations, particularly the Indigenous peoples within Prince George North Cariboo. These are not mere stakeholders, they are rights holders whose territories demand respect. From there, I will move to the concerns of farmers, ranchers, rural communities, those who steward our public and agricultural lands. In places like Nazco, Wells, Quesnel, Cluskas, ranchers and residents have been left in the dark while wind energy projects encroach upon the lands that they depend upon. I will also provide examples of how Bill 14 threatens livelihoods, access, and the stability of land-based economies across northern British Columbia. In addition, I will speak to the impact upon guide outfitters, hunters, trappers, and anglers, British Columbians whose permits and traditional activities are placed in jeopardy by Clause 18, which grants sweeping authority to suspend or revoke Wildlife Act licenses without appeal or compensation. Mr. Speaker, these are not theoretical harms. They are immediate, measurable economic threats. Further, Mr. Speaker, I will explore how this legislation removes or sidesteps critical environmental protections. Clause 14 strips key wind and transmission projects of environmental assessment requirements, placing sensitive ecosystems at risk, from the fragile zones of Bowen Lake Provincial Park to the grizzly habitat in Caribou Mountains Park. I will explain how public recreation lands are at stake and how undermining these lands also undermines our collective well-being and culture. Equally dangerous, Mr. Speaker, is Clause 17, which excludes Level 3 projects from the protections of the Safety Standards Act. I will detail why this undermines worker safety in British Columbia, citing national and international examples where deregulation has led to tragedy. Worker safety is non-negotiable, and this bill betrays that fundamental principle. Then I will turn to the legal implications of Clause 21, which retroactively validates government actions before this law was even passed. I will explain why retroactivity violates the rule of law and invites constitutional challenges. Good governance, Mr. Speaker, cannot be built on the erasure of legal accountability. In this speech, I will also challenge the NDP government's ideological push for unreliable, large-scale renewable infrastructure without a corresponding investment in energy grid stability or storage of power. I will address the implications of rising electricity demand, aging infrastructure, and the false premise that wind and solar alone can provide reliable energy for BC's future. Mr. Speaker, it's clearly not the case that that would be good enough. And to drive all this home, I will provide a quotation or two from British Columbia leaders and provide a vision for responsible energy independence, a path that includes Indigenous partnership, rigorous environmental reviews, investment in infrastructure, and local oversight. Finally, I will issue a direct call to action, Mr. Speaker, to vote against Bill 14, because in its current form, this bill is not about building a better energy future. It is about silencing communities, consolidating power, and cutting corners. Let this chamber not be remembered for allowing such measures to be passed unchallenged, Mr. Speaker.
Member, I apologize to interrupt you, but I think we've got an introduction coming here, not sure. Member from Surrey Cloverdale.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I apologize to the member from Prince George, North Caribou for the introduction or for the interruption, and I seek leave to make an introduction.
Members, you've heard the question. Is leave granted? Aye. Thank you very much, members. Surrey Cloverdale.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues here in the chamber. I'd like to introduce, we have students from the Cloverdale Learning Centre here, along with their teacher, Tracy Lane, a group of about 16 grade 10s and 12s, and 4 accompanying guests. So I'd like to welcome them to this place, listening to some very exciting debates on Bill 14. They're behind us. I hope you enjoy your time on the precinct, and will this House please make me feel welcome?
Thank you very much, member. Indeed, welcome to everybody in the gallery today. Now returning to Prince George, North Caribou. Apologies for the interruption, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No apologies are necessary. It's like being in class once again with a good group of students here. So, with regarding consultation failures with Indigenous peoples, Mr. Speaker, at the heart of Bill 14, I believe is a grievous betrayal of the principles of consultation, consent, and respect. The bill's entire framework was developed and introduced without the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples whose territories stand to be directly affected. Nowhere is this more shamefully evident than in the northern interior riding of Prince George, North Caribou, where multiple First Nations governments maintain long-standing stewardship over their ancestral lands. Let me be clear. The government has failed to consult, engage, or even notify these Indigenous peoples whose territories are affected by this legislation. The Lheidli based in Prince George, whose name means the people from the confluence of the two rivers, a sacred reference to the Fraser and Nechako rivers, as we now call them. The Nazca peoples, located along the Nazca River west of Quesnel, deeply tied to hunting, trapping, and cultural activities at risk under this bill. The Lataco-Dene people, also near Quesnel, whose historical and territorial interests span Caribou District lands slated for energy development. This is part of the Lataco-Dene peoples, the protectors of the Quesnel River and its tributaries. The Lacuse-Dene, or Kluskas as they're also known, whose home at Kluskas Lake, places them directly in the path of proposed wind energy installations. These people are not afterthoughts, Mr. Speaker. They are constitutional partners in governance. And Bill 14 attempts to forgo the critical process of Indigenous consultation. All people, Mr. Speaker, all people need to be properly consulted. Clause 21 goes further, retroactively validating all actions taken by the regulator from April 1st, 2024 onward. If Indigenous peoples oppose a project, then they must be heard along with all others affected. If we truly believe in truth and reconciliation, then we must vote against this bill. Because without truth, there is no reconciliation, and no reconciliation is possible where silence, secrecy, and unilateralism prevail. Regarding the lack of consultation with farmers, ranchers, and local residents, Mr. Speaker, if Bill 14 reveals the government's disregard for Indigenous sovereignty, it also betrays the hardworking farmers, ranchers, and rural residents of British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, the caribou is not merely a landmass. It is a living landscape sustained by people who work its soil, allow their animals to graze its fields, and depend on the rhythms of its seasons. In communities like Quesnel, Wells, Nasco, Likely, Messine, Horsefly, and so many others, including Williams Lake, generations of British Columbians have sustained livelihoods rooted in responsible use of the land, stewardship of that land, Mr. Speaker, and yet under Bill 14, their voices have been ignored. Clause 15 of this bill is a direct assault on British Columbia's agricultural stability and local land use autonomy. It gives the regulator sweeping power to permit non-farm uses and subdivisions of agricultural land reserve land for the sake of renewable energy development. Section 15.2a and 15.2b bypass the normal procedures and protections under the Agricultural Land Commissions Act. The result? A complete override of the public interest in protecting farmland. Who among the ranchers in Nasco were consulted before these changes were proposed? Were the cattle operators in Prince George North Caribou given any assurance that their grazing leases would remain secure in the face of industrial wind projects? Was the community in Messine, with its long history of ranching and rural living, offered a seat at the table? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is no. We are talking about lands that have supported livestock grazing, hay production, and rural livelihoods for over a century. In Wells, nestled on the scenic route to the Bowen Lakes, which I would encourage all members to take the opportunity to visit. They could stop off at Barkerville on the way. Ranchers share land with outfitters, trappers, small forestry operators, recreational and industrial miners. These interdependent systems will be disrupted by land fragmentation, increased road traffic, and noise pollution from wind energy infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, wind turbines don't just arrive, they dominate. I've been to wind farms. I've seen them in Europe, I've seen them in northern British Columbia. Their blades stretch high above the tree lines. Their vibrations disorient livestock. Their roads scar landscapes. And worst of all, Mr. Speaker, the turbine blades are not recyclable. They are buried in pits when decommissioned, leaving future generations with toxic legacies beneath their feet. And this is not theoretical, Mr. Speaker. In Alberta and in the American Midwest, ranchers have reported cattle refusing to graze near turbines, increased herd agitation, and reduced birth rates, problems for calves. And yet here in British Columbia, I'm not aware of any commissioning by this government of a single cumulative impact assessment on rural land use conflicts arising from wind development. According to recent estimates, the Caribou region contains over 100,000 hectares of land designated within the Agricultural Land Reserve. Mr. Speaker, these lands support cattle, forage crops, and diversified small farms that contribute millions annually to British Columbia's agricultural gross domestic product. Bill 14 places that legacy in jeopardy. Without a single economic impact study or consultation with regional farm organizations such as the BC Cattlemen's Association or the livestock producers or others. As one Quesnel area rancher recently put it, we're not against, I should say, quote, we are not against green energy, but we're against being sacrificed for it, unquote. That quotation, Mr. Speaker, says more than any policy memo from Victoria. It speaks to the reality on the ground, families being pushed aside in favor of politically convenient projects. Have we considered what this bill means for food security in British Columbia? ALR land exists for a reason, to protect the long-term viability of agriculture. Once land is carved up for non-farm use, be it a substation, an access road, or a wind tower pad, it is rarely reclaimed, Mr. Speaker. This bill quietly opens the floodgates to farmland erosion under the guise of green development. And what of community input? Clause 15.5 allows powers under the Agricultural Land Commission Act to be sub-delegated. Sub-delegated. That means unelected officials, not local councils or the ALC board, may greenlight projects with no public hearing. That's not streamlining, Mr. Speaker, it's sidelining. Let us not forget the recreational and cultural value of these lands. The Cottonwood River riparian area, for example, supports both ecological biodiversity and community fishing access. The Horsefly River Roundtable has raised concerns about resource extraction in the watershed. Are these two to be ignored, Mr. Speaker? If transmission lines cross these corridors without review or restraint, the local community will lose a critical space of connection, culture, and outdoor well-being. North of Quesnel, south of Quesnel, all around Quesnel, we have tremendous access to the region's best maintained provincial parks and areas that once were. But what happens if transmission infrastructure is built nearby? What happens? Well, you get noise, you get property devaluation, ecological fragmentation, and these are real measurable consequences that hurt real people. We must also remember that the Agricultural Land Reserve is not just a zoning tool, it is a public legacy. It was created in 1973 to protect BC's shrinking farmland. The ALR was a policy born of necessity from those times. It stood against short-term speculation in favor of long-term sustainability. And Bill 14 undermines that vision by allowing Crown-appointed regulators to carve into that land without transparency, limit, or local control. Mr. Speaker, if we allow wind farms and transmission lines to pave over ranch land in the Caribou, where does it stop? The precedent this bill sets will ripple through the Fraser Valley, it will ripple through the Peace, and it will rip through the Kootenays. Farmland, once lost, Mr. Speaker, is lost forever. Mr. Speaker, rural British Columbians are not anti-renewable energy. They are, in fact, some of its most committed advocates when included as partners. But this bill treats them as obstacles, not contributors. It rewrites the rules of rural land management without local voices, and that, Mr. Speaker, is a failure of democratic consultation as grave as any. The government should have held town halls in Quesnel. It should have met with ranchers in Nasco, the residents of Wells, the stewards of these lakes, many, many lakes in this region. It should have been in Prince George. It should have been in Williams Lake. It should have been everywhere, and instead it was nowhere, and it drafted a law that places bureaucratic expediency above community integrity, Mr. Speaker. British Columbia deserves a renewable energy plan that uplifts, not erases, its rural regions. Bill 14, as it stands, does the latter. Let us now talk about outfitters and trappers and wildlife permits in Clause 18. It's an extraordinary clause that grants the government and the regulator the power to revoke or suspend hunting, trapping, and guide outfitting permits under the Wildlife Act without any due process and without any guarantee of compensation. This clause is an existential threat to a proud and responsible tradition in British Columbia. Hunting, fishing, the guide outfitting, and wild stewardship economy which we all have benefited from. In regions like Byron Lake and Cottonwood and Grizzly Lake, guide outfitters have spent decades cultivating ethical wildlife tourism rooted in conservation, habitat protection, and respect for Indigenous and settler traditions alike, while respecting, of course, our parks. Clause 18(1)(d) empowers the regulator to cancel or modify permits under sections 19, 20, and 25 of the Wildlife Act. And that includes, Mr. Speaker, the ability to suspend permits without any transparent criteria, public hearing, or formal appeal. And section 18(2) Bravo explicitly removes transfer restrictions, allowing the regulator to reshape ownership and continuity at will. These are not hypothetical risks. In NASCO, for example, and the rest of the region, outfitters who guide elk and moose hunts for both locals and visitors could suddenly find themselves out of business if a transmission corridor or wind turbine site is deemed to take priority. At the many lakes in Prince George, North Caribou, families that rely on spring angling licenses could lose them in an instant, merely based on bureaucratic discretion. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, these permits are more than licenses. They are businesses, they are legacies, they are livelihoods. They are the result of investment in gear, land familiarity, insurance, training, and community trust. To cancel them without process is to destroy economic certainty in rural BC. And where is the compensation? Clause 18 is silent. If a small outfitter loses a license due to a turbine project in the Cluskis region, they are left with no income, no recourse, and no restitution. This is not streamlining. It is expropriation without due process. Outfitters, trappers, hunters are some of the most knowledgeable stewards of BC wildlife with their Indigenous partners. Their annual reports, their on-the-ground observations provide critical data for provincial wildlife management. To marginalize their role is to weaken our entire conservation framework. Now let's look abroad. In Scotland and parts of Scandinavia, where wind projects have similarly displaced traditional hunting grounds, governments were required to compensate affected outfitters and implement wildlife offset zones. Bill 14 offers no such balance, just unchecked authority. And what's more, Clause 18 undermines trust. If an outfitter can lose their rights overnight because of a new green energy initiative, what confidence does anyone have in the stability of their rural livelihood? This clause creates a chilling effect, not only on outfitters, but on anyone whose legal permissions are now subject to sudden and silent cancellation. Mr. Speaker, this clause doesn't just enable regulatory discretion, it encourages arbitrariness. It hands vast power to unelected officials with little oversight, little consistency, and even less transparency. And let us not forget that many of the affected peoples are Indigenous. Traditional trapping routes and hunting zones are not just economic. To many people, they are sacred. They form the basis of food security, cultural continuity, and intergenerational knowledge. This Bill 14 disrespects all of that. And Mr. Speaker, the path forward should be simple. If a government intends to suspend or interfere with the Wildlife Act permit, it must offer a hearing, a reason, and a remedy. That is the minimum standard of fairness expected in any democracy. Clause 18 fails that test, and so we must reject it, or reject the bill that carries it. Additionally, we must consider the economic stakes. The guide outfitting sector in British Columbia contributes more than $120 million annually to our provincial economy and sustains over 2,000 jobs, many of them in remote and Indigenous communities. These are not niche pastimes, Mr. Speaker. They are the lifeblood of rural BC, deeply integrated into local economies and land stewardship models. Organizations such as the Guide Outfitters Association of BC and the British Columbia Wildlife Federation have for years cautioned against the erosion of permitting rights without consultation or compensation. And their calls for engagement were ignored in the drafting of Bill 14. There is also a serious legal concern. Arbitrary suspension of licenses without cause or remedy may violate the principles of procedural fairness recognized under administrative law. And consider the story of a third-generation guide near Bowron Lake who recently renewed a decade-long tenure agreement. He's invested in safety training, conservation monitoring, and seasonal employment for youth. But under this bill, he could wake up one morning to find his permit revoked without a single call simply because his territory intersects with a proposed turbine corridor. Clients cancel, bookings vanish, and with them, an entire rural livelihood. And as for Indigenous-owned outfitting businesses, such interference could even violate Section 35 of the Constitutional Act 1982, which protects Aboriginal rights, including rights to traditional harvesting and land use. Clause 14 of Bill 14 may be one of the most reckless provisions in this entire Act. It explicitly exempts certain wind projects and major transmission lines from the Environmental Assessment Act, stripping away the very safeguards designed to protect British Columbia's lands, waters, and ecosystems from irreparable harm. Let me remind the House what the environmental assessment process does. It evaluates the long-term ecological, social, and cultural effects of industrial projects. It also provides a forum for public input. It ensures that cumulative effects on wildlife migration, watershed health, air quality, and community safety are considered before a single shovel hits the ground. Clause 14 throws that process out the window for projects the government deems streamlined. That includes the 9 selected wind energy projects in the North Coast Transmission Line, but also any other project the Lieutenant Governor and Council prescribes in future regulations. That is carte blanche to bypass review, not just for today, but for years to come. What becomes of the jewels that are our parks and recreational areas if towers, roads, and construction crews arrive with no public input and no obligation to disclose their effects? Mr. Speaker, this is not nimble government, it is environmental negligence. British Columbians have a deep and abiding relationship with public lands, whether it's hiking the Cottonwood River Riparian Zone, fishing near Otter Lake, or snowshoeing in the shadow of the Caribou Mountains. These lands are more than backdrops. They are expressions of who we are. They sustain wildlife, recreation, mental health, cultural continuity, and intergenerational family connection. Exempting these areas from environmental review doesn't just endanger the land, it silences communities, it devalues rural voices, and it breaks faith with every British Columbian who expects their government to exercise care over the commons. We must also consider the precedent. If the government can exempt wind farms and power corridors from assessment today, what stops them from doing so tomorrow for mining, hydrogen pipelines, or carbon capture infrastructure? The scope of this power, Mr. Speaker, is dangerously open-ended. Accountability is critical. In the absence of assessment, the burden of proof shifts from developers having to prove their projects are safe to the public having to prove harm after the fact. That, Mr. Speaker, is expletive deleted backwards. Mr. Speaker, if this bill is passed unamended, there will come a day when a project cuts through a protected watershed or cultural site and the public will ask, how was this allowed to happen? And the answer will be Clause 14 of Bill 14, and we in this House will bear responsibility. British Columbians deserve both clean energy and clean government. Exempting wind projects from environmental review delivers neither. Clause 14 must be rejected. Clause 17 of Bill 14 quietly strips away critical protections under the Safety Standards Act for Level 3 streamlined projects. That means that some renewable energy projects, those with the most aggressive timelines and political urgency, will not be required to meet the same workplace safety regulations as any other industrial undertaking in British Columbia. That is not modernization, it is deregulation, and it places workers, first responders, and nearby communities at increased risk. Why is this government trying to selectively exempt wind turbines, electrical substations, and high-voltage transmission corridors with all of their inherent risks from rules that protect workers every day? There have been many tragedies that stand as examples. What makes British Columbia immune from these protections? This government cannot continue to claim to be the party of Labour while allowing safety to become optional when politically convenient. And if a worker on a wind tower falls, if a fire breaks out in a substation near Prince George, will the minister explain that safety rules didn't apply because the project was streamlined? Mr. Speaker, safety standards are there for a reason. They are not red tape. They are the line between a healthy return home and tragedy. Clause 17 must be removed. Clause 21, it retroactively validates all actions taken back to April 1st, 2024, even though this bill is not yet passed into law. That's not governance, that's legal sleight of hand. This undermines public trust, and it rewrites the rules after the fact, penalizing those who complied in good faith with the law as it then stood. It's a terrible message to send, Mr. Speaker. Clause 21 must be rejected. Mr. Speaker, this government is rushing into a massive expansion of wind and solar energy without ensuring our grid can handle the load. Wind and solar are intermittent. Battery storage is expensive and still largely experimental and carries with it its own environmental risks. British Columbia is already seeing its electricity demand spike due to electric vehicle mandates and building electrification. But our transmission system, especially in northern and rural regions, is aging and overloaded. This bill puts the cart before the horse. Before we build more unreliable power, we need a serious strategy for grid resilience, hydro capacity, and storage innovation. Not slogans, Mr. Speaker, but substance. Mr. Speaker, we believe in clean energy, but we also believe in democratic accountability and British Columbians' right to chart their own energy future. And as Premier W.A.C. Bennett once said, quote, "We must chart our own course, not as a colony of Ottawa or of ideology, but as British Columbians first and always," unquote. Bill 14 imposes top-down decisions, silences local voices, and puts foreign-style mega-projects ahead of homegrown innovation. That's not independence. That's reckless big government centralization. It's authoritarian socialism, Mr. Speaker. Bill 14 concentrates power, eliminates government environmental and safety safeguards, disrespects Indigenous and rural voices, and puts ideology ahead of planning. British Columbians want clean energy, but they want it done right, with transparency, consultation, and democratic oversight. On behalf of Prince George North Caribou and all communities whose lands, voices, and futures are ignored in this legislation, I urge this House to reject Bill 14. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, member. Recognizing the member from Salmon Arms Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many before that have spoke, I certainly support renewable energy, but we cannot support a blank check for unaccountable regulators to rewrite the rules, suspend safety standards, and trample over property rights. British Columbians deserve clean power, not dirty politics. Bill 14 is the NDP's belated attempt to say yes to renewable energy after years of driving investment out of British Columbia. But in doing so, they've handed sweeping, unchecked powers to unelected regulators, powers that go far beyond streamlining. I speak today not to debate whether or not renewable energy has a place in our future. That's beyond question. I do rise to speak to the mechanism in which the government seeks to advance it. Bill 14, the Renewable Energy Projects Streamlining Permitting Act. And with that, I express grave concerns. Because while this bill is being sold as a tool for streamlining, what it truly delivers is unchecked power, unaccountable decision-making, and unthinkable consequences for workers, landowners, local communities, and anyone who dares to get in the way of an energy project. According to the bill's definitions of renewable energy, sources are biomass, geothermal, hydro, solar, ocean, wind, or any prescribed resource, meaning the provincial cabinet will have the power to define other energy sources as renewable. They can pretty well pick and choose. Let me be clear, this bill is not about clean energy, it's about centralizing authority. And in many ways, it's a recycled version of Bill 7, which is the same heavy-handed powers now repackaged in green wrapping. I can't understand the argument from the other side, Mr. Speaker. How does streamlining renewable projects with little oversight equate to tariffs or current economic uncertainty with regards to power generation, since this government has not renewed contracts for existing biomass generation plants, as well as some small independent power producers? If time is of the essence, then sign those contracts and get that power into the grid. In addition, I ask how this government is going to allow the province to find itself in that position. They have had many years in power to address the very concerns they now feel they need to streamline. That's not foresight, that's hindsight. In addition, our transmission lines have certainly not kept up to progress. We are facing uncertainty with streamlining things because there's always unintended consequences, and unintended consequences are exactly that. You don't see them until they happen. We need consultation. We need input. Let's address the key points. This bill removes legislative oversight and concentrates power in the hands of the bureaucrats and cabinet. It allows fees and levies with no limits applied arbitrarily with no right to appeal. It gives regulators the power to rewrite primary legislation, including their own governing laws. Safety standards can be suspended for fast-track projects without input from workers or unions. Bill 14 enables the cancellation of guide outfitters' hunting, angling licenses without a hearing, with no guarantee, and with no compensation. It overrides farmland protections, including ALR subdivision and pollution safeguards, without farmer consent or any community or local input. It has unchecked powers to impose levies and fees. Just to go over a few. Section 22(2) of this bill allows the BC Energy Regulator to impose levies and fees on project proponents, not through legislation, not through regulation, but by issuing a certificate. One bureaucrat, one document, $1 figure, or a million. There's no ceiling, no formula, no standardization. Mr. Speaker, how fair or even legal to allow two neighboring wind projects to face entirely different levies with no explanation and no appeal process? What investor would look at this and say, yes, British Columbia is a place where the rules are clear and fair? I believe that people that are going to go into business and they're going to do projects, they want certainty. They want clear and concise rules. That's not policy, that's relay. The power to rewrite legislation without legislative approval. This bill also gives the Cabinet and potentially their delegates the power to modify the Energy Resource Activities Act. That's the primary act that governs the regulator itself. But it doesn't stop there. Under Section 20, those powers to apply, disapply, or modify can be delegated. In theory, a mid-level staffer could be given the authority to change provisions of a primary legislation, the very laws that were passed by this Assembly. For that matter, let's give it to the janitor. This is not a regulatory shortcut. This is a constitutional detour. And let me ask this plainly. Is there anything in this bill preventing the regulator from being delegated to rewrite his own enabling legislation? Because if there isn't, that's not streamlining, that's self-governance by bureaucrats, not elected representatives. Let's move on to suspensions of licenses without hearings. Now, Mr. Speaker, I turn to one of the most offensive parts of the legislation, Section 18(1)D, which gives the unelected officers the authority to suspend or cancel Wildlife Act licenses, including guide outfitter licenses, hunting licenses, angling licenses, and trapping permits. So much without a hearing. They don't even get a hearing. Not only can a bureaucrat terminate a livelihood, they can also extend a suspension indefinitely. Where's the due process? Where's the justice? Is there any limit to how many licenses can be suspended or canceled to make way for a transmission line? Is there any compensation guaranteed in a statute for an outfitter whose license is revoked? The silence in this legislation speaks volumes, and it says, you don't matter. Let's move on to the suspension of worker safety. Let's talk about workers. Under Section 17, Bill 14 allows the Safety Standards Act to be set aside for certain fast-tracked energy projects. Let's just let that sink in. The very rules designed to keep our workers safe on site can be waived for the sake of streamlining. Have workers been consulted? Have unions weighed in? Does the minister have any written submissions from tradespeople who support waiving their own safety protections? I would guess not. If not, then why are we sacrificing safety for the need for speed? Clean energy cannot come at the cost of clean conscience. Let's move on to trampling agricultural land protections. Next, in this bill, it attacks one of the most sacred trusts, the Agricultural Land Reserve, which I believe an NDP government brought in. Section 15.2 allows the regulator to authorize non-farm uses, soil dumping, and subdivision of ALR land, all to facilitate energy projects with or without limits. This means that prime farmland, land that feeds us and sustains our rural economy, can be permanently altered to support an industrial project. And it doesn't stop at development. Section 6BI raises the possibility that spillage rules can be waived. That includes oil and hazardous materials. So not only can an energy project be built on ALR, it can also pollute. Let me ask this plainly. Is this the kind of clean energy we want? Projects that can override farmland protections and spill containment regulations? Where's the green in that? Heritage designation and First Nations protections are undetermined. Finally, I must raise the issue of cultural and heritage sites. This bill allows the regulator to override or ignore heritage designations, even those tied to sites of cultural significance to First Nations. Even worse, it allows the regulator to appoint a person who decides whether or not a site is heritage protected or not. This is not respectful reconciliation. This is rubber stamping desecration. I will try to explain a quick overview on transitional provisions and amendments. Section 22, initial funding via certificate. This allows the unelected BCER commissioner to issue binding levy certificates with no upper limit and no appeal process to project proponents to recover startup costs for the regulator. Section 23, existing wind projects, it automatically cancels environmental certificates for projects approved before 2025 and replaces them with permits under the new system, transferring authority to BCER and removing EAO oversight. Doesn't stop there. Sections 24 to 26, consequential amendments. They modify the Agricultural Land Commission Act and the Energy Resource Activities Act to remove traditional protections where projects are designated under this new framework. Section 27, commencement. The Act comes into force by regulation, not by royal assent, giving Cabinet control over the implementation date. So that means that this legislature and people going forward do not have a say, right? That's undemocratic. I'll give you some real-life examples how it affects the people where I live, Salmon Arm Shuswap. Right? The agricultural land loss of example in Salmon Valley and Deep Creek. The Agricultural Land Reserve protects vital farmland across Salmon Valley, Silver Creek, Deep Creek areas, home to many multi-generational families, farms, and irrigation-dependent hay production and raising livestock. Possible impact under this bill, Bill 14. If a wind or a solar project is designated as streamlined, the BC Energy Regulator could override the Agricultural Land Commission and could approve subdivision for industrial access roads, soil disturbance for heavy equipment pads, including pads for the wind turbines, permanent non-farm uses on prime agricultural land. Isn't that the same land we're protecting? Local consequence would be that farmers in Silver Creek would find turbines installed next to their hay fields without any ALC hearing or public input, and with no guarantee of soil rehabilitation afterwards, or after decommissioning. What consideration is being given to wind projects on livestock? My understanding is that it has a significant consequence when it comes to livestock. Families have worked this land for generations, and now a Vancouver-appointed regulator can approve a concrete base on a farmer's pasture with not as much as a knock on their door. Let's move on to bypassing the environmental review at Fly Hills or Bastion Mountain. The Fly Hills and Bastion Mountain ridgelines are often scouted for wind potential and are home to mule deer migration corridors, recreational trails used by hunters, sledders, and hikers. The impact under Bill 14, these designated projects here would be exempt from environmental assessments, meaning no impact study on wildlife, no trail user or community engagement, no review of visual noise or fire risk impacts. As a consequence, a high-level wind farm could be approved above Tappan without evaluating the effects on trail access, mule deer, or even local tourism. They basically can cut roads and clear-cut ridgelines without a single site study. That's not green energy, that's greenwashing. In Falkland or Malacca, residents in Falkland or Malacca are highly engaged in land use issues, from opposing waste sites to speaking out about logging and fire risk. Bill 14 removes public complaint mechanisms for certain energy projects. Level 2 and 3 projects are explicitly shielded from public investigation in requests. Orphan sites do not apply, so if a developer walks away, locals foot the bill. As a consequence, as a local consequence, a wind developer walks away from a ridge project, say near Westwald, as an example. Residents can file for an investigation, and a cleanup and a reclamation may never happen. They call it streamlining, we call it silencing. Okay, let's move on to the transmission line. The North Coast transmission line in Prince George to Terrace sets a precedent. A similar line from Revelstoke or Kamloops through the Shuswap via Highway 1 corridor or Adams Lake could be prescribed next. It could be approved without full environmental assessment or local consultation. It could involve land clearing, EMF concerns, and access disruptions. A local consequence to the people that live in my area is the new corridor through Sorrento, Notch Hill, or White Lake could be built with no input from residents, the regional CSRD directors, or recreational groups. We fought for years to preserve our green spaces and our rail trails, and now we could lose them with a cabinet signature with no hearing, no input, nothing. We're not the only ones that voice these concerns. I'll give you an example of a few quotes. I hope I pronounced this right, but Fiona Famaluk, she's the president and CEO of the BC Chamber of Commerce, stated, "While we accept there's a common thread to our economic prosperity that lies outside our national borders, we are not at war. Criticizing the government's approach in granting sweeping powers through legislation like Bill 14, suggesting that it's an overreach, not just by current economic challenges." Another one, a nonprofit group, the Wilderness Committee Conservation, have expressed concern that exempting energy projects from assessments and streamlining permitting could erode environmental standards. It was compared to policies like Donald Trump is currently undertaking. I don't believe the Premier wishes to be compared to Donald Trump. The Business Council of British Columbia also expressed cautious optimism regarding Bill 14. While the bill sends a strong signal that the province wants to accelerate economically impactful projects, the real test will be whether or not the new process can deliver faster, more predictable outcomes. I ask, why do we need a non-democratic process rather than through careful, thoughtful consultation with stakeholder input? So it's not just this side of the House that sees that. We should have more input from all the groups. These are real concerns by real people, but hopefully this does not go through because it's certainly undemocratic. Anyways, it enables, basically this bill basically gives unlimited levies that can be imposed with no appeal or process or transparency. It can be rewritten by unelected bureaucrats without any oversight. Worker safety can be waived entirely for select energy projects. ALR protections and spillage rules can be bypassed threatening farmland. Heritage designations, including those important to First Nations, can be ignored or overturned by hand-picked appointees. Not a good situation, right? Right. These, to make a long story short, this bill is not good. The thing is, if the province would have been proactive in having a little foresight, moving ahead with projects over the last bunch of years, we wouldn't be in this situation. And there's no guarantee that by fast-tracking these projects that some of them don't go south and the taxpayer ends up with the bill. Those are unintended consequences. Anytime you try to build something really fast, usually something bad happens, and I can foresee bad things happening. Right? Consultation is good. Too much consultation, maybe not good, slows the process down, but you should always definitely listen to the people. You should listen to stakeholders. You should listen to business groups, and certainly the residents of British Columbia, who will actually get stuck with the bills when they come in if things go south. Those are real consequences to this bill. And let's not even beyond that fact, let's go beyond that fact, is that we live in a democratic society, and I personally believe in democracy. And I would certainly hope that the members across the aisle from me also believe in democracy. And democracy is having vigorous debate and having input and having a rigorous system where everybody is consulted and things go along in a democratic way. And that certainly should be the case. Anyways, my opposition is based on real-life concerns, right? Anyways, in conclusion, British Columbians deserve renewable energy, but they also deserve accountable governance, safety protections, due process, and a respect for land and culture. Mr. Speaker, I cannot and will not support Bill 14 in its current form. In Europe, they're taking wind farms out. They may be putting new ones in, but they're taking them out. In Alberta, they've moved away from some of the wind farms. There's places in the world where they've actually moved away from some of the projects that we are currently going to be doing. That's not to say they're not good. What it says, we need more consultation. We should also be looking at other energy projects. All right? I don't think you should pick and choose the winners and losers, and I think that it should be a fair process for everybody. In Bill 14 may wear the language of renewable energy, but underneath it, it's a blueprint for unchecked power. Let's build a greener future, but not at the cost of our democratic foundation. Bill 14 is Bill 7 in disguise. It's a power grab disguised as green policy. It's not about green energy. It's about control. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member from Kootenay Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here to talk straight with the people of this province. The folks who wake up early, work hard, raise families, hunt, fish, and steward the land, and expect their government to act with integrity. This bill, Bill 14, comes with a shiny title, the Renewable Energy Projects Streamlined Permitting Act. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Sounds like efficiency. Sounds like progress. Sounds like clean energy, low emission, quicker approvals, and a future where all the benefits. It sounds like we're pulling in the same direction. But, Madam Speaker, what we have here is not about clean energy. It's not about streamlining, and it sure as heck is not about empowering local communities. What this bill is it's about shifting power upward, centralizing decision-making in the hands of a few cabinet insiders, stripping away the voices of ordinary British Columbians and handing even more authority to the unelected bureaucrats and regulators who are completely out of touch with what's happening on the ground. In places like Kootenay Rockies, in the north, the interior, and in rural British Columbia. Now let's be honest for a moment. We all know that projects take way too long to get approved in this province. Every single person in this chamber, whether on the government side or the opposition side, hears from constituents who are frustrated by the endless red tape. We all want good projects to get built, whether it's hydro expansion, a transmission line, a solar farm, a new wind installation, a mine permit approval. We want to cut the delays, we want to see jobs, and we want to see progress. I know that's what we all want. But here's where we part ways, Madam Speaker. Because speeding things up shouldn't mean bulldozing over people's rights. Streamlining shouldn't mean silencing local governments or ignoring First Nations, shutting out citizens who are directly impacted by what gets built in their backyards. And yet, that's exactly what this bill does. It sidesteps accountability in the name of expediency. It takes the hard work of consultation, negotiation, and community input and tosses it out the window. Now let me be clear. There's a right way to approve renewable energy projects. There's a way that respects local knowledge, honors our community values, and builds trust between government and the people that it's supposed to serve. But this bill doesn't even try to find that balance. It just contradicts power and pushes ahead without even asking who gets left behind. But not at the expense of giving complete control to a handful of decision makers, not at the expense of public input, not at the expense of environmental safety, and not at the expense of the democratic process. British Columbians expect, deserve, and have every right to demand from their government. Because here's the real problem with Bill 14. This bill doesn't just cut red tape. It cuts out British Columbians. It slices right through the voices of everybody, the ranchers, the trappers, the tourism operators, and the local councils, the First Nations communities, and the hardworking men and women who actually live in the areas these projects will affect. This bill hands a dangerous level of discretion to Cabinet. Cabinet alone. It allows a small circle of insiders to pick and choose which projects get fast-tracked, which almost zero public insight, zero debate, and zero transparency. Once a project is labeled streamlined by Cabinet, just like that, many of the guardrails we rely on as British Columbians start to vanish. Environmental assessments, optional, not required. Public hearings, input from local governments, regional districts and land users, even core protections related to hunting, fishing, and trapping rights that have existed in this province for generations, rights that are part of who we are in rural BC, suddenly they get overridden or flat out cancelled. So let me ask you this. Who's protecting the people? Who's protecting the water, the wildlife, the land, the legacy we leave to our kids and our grandkids? Because I'm sure not the Premier or his Cabinet with this piece of legislation. This isn't streamlining. This isn't good governance. This is consolidation of power. This is government removing obstacles, not obstacles to bad projects, but obstacles to its own unchecked authority. And if you care about public trust, if you care about meaningful consultation, If you care about the balance between development and preservation, then you cannot look at this bill and say with a straight face that it respects those values. Madam Speaker, British Columbians aren't stupid. They know when something's being rammed through. They know when government is hiding behind language like efficiency and progress, while quietly undermining the very process that we were put in place to protect them in the first place. Let me put this plainly. No dressing this up, no sugarcoating it. Bill 14 gives us a small group of people in Cabinet and the BC Energy Regulator far too much power. Power that, in a healthy democracy, should never be concentrated in so few hands. It's almost a bad sequel of Bill 7. They can override long-standing processes. They can sidestep public review. They can rewrite the rules after decisions are made. And get this, they can even impose retroactive fees. You heard that right. They can go back in time, months, even years, after a project has already been approved or constructed, and suddenly slap a new charge, as if the rules had already been in place. I mean, who can operate under these kind of circumstances, under this much uncertainty? Who can build anything, whether it's a transmission line, a substation, or even a small community solar project, when the financial rules of the game can change halfway through? How can a First Nation, a municipality, a business, or a co-op trust the permitting process when the government can move the goalposts after the fact? That's not just inefficient. That's not just bad for investment, it's bad for planning. It's fundamentally unfair. It punishes people for playing by the rules while letting government rewrite them on its own convenience. That's not how a fair society should work. That's not how responsible government should behave. And since we're talking about fairness, take a look at what this bill means for the folks in rural British Columbia. The trappers, the hunters, the fishers, the small tourism operators who rely on predictable land access, the Indigenous and non-Indigenous families alike who have passed down knowledge of this land for generations. Under Bill 14, all of that can be swept aside with a stroke of a pen. A regulator can cancel permits for hunting, fishing, trapping without warning, without consultation, and without appeal. One day, you're a licensed trapper, doing what your family has done for generations. The next, you're locked out of your trap line, shut off of your livelihood, and there's not one thing you can do about it. It doesn't stop there. This bill gives Cabinet sole authority to decide which lands qualify as historically or culturally significant. That means communities who've lived on the steward these lands for generations, people who know that land better than these bureaucrats in Victoria ever would, get absolutely no say. Their knowledge, their heritage, their voice, completely ignored. Dismissed, brushed aside in favor of a top-down decision-making that's anything but inclusive. That's not reconciliation, that's not stewardship, and it's certainly not respect for the people who actually live where these decisions will be felt the most. And then there's farmland. Let's talk about something fundamental, something every British Columbia relies on. Whether they live in downtown Vancouver or a small town in the Kootenays, and that's our ability to grow food on our own soil. Bill 14 cracks open the door to something incredibly dangerous. Renewable energy projects being pushed onto protected farmland, including land with an Agricultural Land Reserve, the ALR. Now that land isn't just dirt. It's not empty space waiting for some industrial process. That land is sacred to families who have worked this land generation after generation after generation. It's where kids learned to drive tractors before they learned to drive cars. It's where farmers got up before dawn to check on their fields, raise their livestock, and do the honest, back-breaking work of feeding our province. It's where local food security starts. The ALR was created for a reason, to make sure that no matter what, we preserve the land that keeps food on our table. And now, this government wants the ability to push energy projects onto that same land with top-down authority. No guarantee of community consultation, no requirement to consider long-term impacts on food production, no clear plan to balance energy needs with agriculture realities. We shouldn't be forced into this false choice, food or energy. That's a failure of leadership. And we can and should pursue both, but only if we can do it the right way. Through thoughtful planning, local engagement, and policies that don't sacrifice one vital resource to chase another. This bill doesn't offer that. It offers shortcuts. It offers centralized, heavy-handed decision-making that steamrolls over local voices and local priorities. Let's not ignore the environmental risks, because they are very real and they are deeply troubling. This bill gives Cabinet the ability to be able to exempt entire projects from the Environmental Assessment Act. That means a large-scale, renewable energy development could be approved without even having to assess its potential impact on local ecosystems or wildlife migration routes. Wetlands, watersheds, on the delicate environmental balance that communities depend on. And when you remove those assessments, you don't just eliminate paperwork, you eliminate accountability. You remove the process where experts weigh in, where residents raise legitimate concerns, where potential risks are flagged and addressed before shovels hit the ground. Doesn't stop there. Under Bill 14, even basic safety standards, the kind of requirements that protect workers, protect families, and prevent disasters, can be waived for certain projects. Just waived, decided at the Cabinet table without public review. So imagine this, you live near one of these energy projects, and you find out that the safety measures you expect, the same standards that apply everywhere else, don't apply here. So you ask why? Well, because someone in Victoria decided it would slow things down. That's not smart planning. That's not responsible governments. It's not how we protect people or places or the province we all care about. Madam Chair, at the very heart of Bill 14 is something far more troubling than a policy shift. It's a pattern we've seen emerging more and more often with this government, a slow but steady march towards centralized authority, where more and more power is taken out of the hands of the public and handed to small groups of decision makers behind closed doors. They don't call it what it is, they call it efficiency. They dress it up as modernization. They tell us it's about removing roadblocks, clearing the path, making things work better. But let's be crystal clear. Democracy is not a roadblock. Consultation is not a nuisance. Oversight is not some outdated relic of the past. These things are the pillars of good governance. When a good government starts viewing those pillars as inconveniences, we should all be deeply concerned. Because if we do not protect democracy by speeding up approvals, we protect democracy by ensuring that everyone, no matter their income, their postal code, or their political affiliation, has a voice. We protect democracy by treating rural and urban communities with the same respect. We protect democracy by upholding the principle that the rules should apply to everyone, not just the people who happen to be sitting in a cabinet this week. Efficiency matters, I agree, but it cannot and must not come at the cost of fairness. It must not come with the cost of public input. It must not come at the cost of environmental safety, food security, or centuries-old traditions of land use and stewardship. Because once those things are gone, once you give that power away, once you let government override local voices, once you start cutting the corners of democracy, you don't just get it all back with the next election or the next press release. That damage, once it's done, it's hard to undo. Now, let me be absolutely clear. I want to see British Columbia thrive. I want to see energy built. I want to see investment flow into this province. I want to see innovation, jobs, opportunity, and a clear future for our kids. But not like this. We cannot trade away the trust of British Columbians for speed. We cannot bulldoze farmland and silence communities in the name of progress. We cannot undermine safety, transparency, and accountability just because it's politically convenient. That is not progress. That's reckless, wearing a nice name tag. There's a better way forward, one that brings people to the table instead of shutting the doors, one that respects the experience and knowledge of local communities, one that honors our land, protects our waters, upholds our rights, and creates good-paying jobs without steamrolling democracy in the process. Madam Speaker, I cannot support this bill, not because I oppose renewable energy, because it's far from it. Not because I'm against getting things built. I know we need to get things built. But because I believe with every fiber of my being that the people of this province deserve better. They deserve a government that listens. They deserve stable rules, fair process, and a seat at the table when decisions are made. And they deserve a government that puts people before power, always. So, Madam Speaker, let's scrap this bill. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's build something worthy of this province, something that puts British Columbians, not bureaucrats, at the heart of every single decision. Thank you.
Recognizing the member from Abbotsford West.
I heard you even without the microphone. Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Well, today we're being asked to consider another bill, Bill 14. You know, after reading through the bill, it began to look a little bit familiar. It began to look a little bit familiar. And so I was scratching my head, and you know what? It dawned on me. It's Bill 7 2.0, another version. Kind of reminded me of a song that popped into my head from Trooper, a 3 dressed up as a 9. Because it's window dressing with environmental projects attached. A piece of legislation the NDP government claims is about streamlining renewable energy approvals in British Columbia. You know, on the surface, that might sound appealing. I mean, who in their right mind would not support a faster path to clean energy development? Nobody. Particularly in an era where environmental stewardship and energy transitions are top of mind. But once again, Honourable Speaker, we see that this bill is not what it appears to be. Bill 14 is not simply a matter of cutting red tape or expediting wind farms. It's a sweeping power grab that hands unchecked authority to both Cabinet and the BC Energy Regulator. Let me repeat that. It is a sweeping power grab that hands unchecked authority to both the Cabinet and the BC Energy Regulator, while bypassing legislative oversight and public accountability at every turn. Boy, that sounds like Bill 7, doesn't it? This bill establishes what the government calls single window for approvals. Boy, that term sounds efficient. That term sounds innocuous. A mechanism to unlock renewable energy development, simplifying bureaucratic hurdles, and expedite projects vital to British Columbia's future. But when you peel back the layers and you uncover the truth, this is not just a fast track for green energy. It's a bulldozer clearing the path for regulatory erosion. A bulldozer clearing the path for regulatory erosion. So let's be clear, this single window they mention replaces the role of multiple ministries. They're established for a reason and concentrates authority in the hands of unelected officials. I don't know about you, but 93 of us were elected by the public to represent them in this House, not a bureaucrat or some official who can't be held accountable when voting comes along. The 93 MLAs are. It belongs back in the legislature to be debated and questioned and examined. It may begin with 9 wind farms and the Coast Transmission Line, but the bill gives Cabinet carte blanche to expand its application in any renewable project at any time, with no requirement to return to this legislature for debate or approval. And that is the troubling part of this. And that's what's got this House concerned. And I think it should concern every British Columbian. It disapplies key protections under the Agricultural Land Commission Act, removing critical guardrails that ensure farmland is used responsibly. And that is actually only the beginning. Bill 14 allows the BC Energy Regulator, an entity that should be focused on impartial oversight, to rewrite the very regulation that governs its own conduct. An entity that should be focused on impartial oversight can now rewrite the regulation that governs its own conduct. To state it another way, the regulator will have the power to change the Energy Resource Activities Act itself. Not through legislature, not through debate with 93 MLAs, the regulator. That's like the referee rewriting the rule book in the middle of the game. British Columbians, it's the legislature, the people's representatives, who are completely sidelined. We are all public servants. We're accountable. And there's a mechanism for us to be accountable. A regulator isn't. It looks a lot like a power grab. Bill 7 2.0 with no accountability. Worse still, this bill gives the regulator the authority to impose new fees and levies retroactively, back to April 1st, 2024. Say what? Contracts have been written, agreements been made. Hang on a second. We're changing the goalposts, we're changing the rules in the middle of the game. That's right, projects could be hit with charges of costs they never agreed to, they never anticipated, they never had a chance to budget for, legitimizing any action taken since April 1st, 2024, retroactively, regardless of public accountability and procedural fairness. This legislation governs first and explains later. How can we say this will promote long-term investment and certainty in British Columbia? When people need certainty, when investors who want to pour millions of dollars in longevity into our province, when we change the goalposts and say, oh, by the way, what you did last year, well, now the rules have changed, the goalposts have changed, sorry. And what about safety? Well, I'm glad you asked. Under this bill, the application of Safety Standards Act can simply be suspended for certain large-scale projects. Yeah, you heard it right. The basic safety standards that protect workers and the public can be swept aside arbitrarily by a regulatory whim. This legislation even undermines the role of heritage and cultural protection in our province. The regulator will have the authority to apply or disapply heritage designations for land of cultural or historical significance to communities and Indigenous people. Not only that, the regulator gets to choose the individual who decides whether a site is a heritage-worthy site, not the community, not the Indigenous community, a bureaucrat in Victoria. Well, that's not consultation. That's not respect. That's manipulation of process. In a move that borders on the absurd, the bill even allows the suspension or cancellation of hunting, trapping, and angling permits. Businesses that have been established over the years, who have proven themselves to be environmental stewardship of the land, cancel it, just like that. Jobs lost, investment lost, with no possibility of recourse. What's the possible justification does the energy regulator have for interfering in those activities? It's a mission creep of the highest order. Honourable Speaker, this bill bears a troubling resemblance to Bill 7. It's a power grab. It's another piece of legislation where this government attempts to centralize power and bypass democratic oversight. Bill 14 is the same dangerous philosophy, just wearing a mask of renewable energy. It truly is Bill 7 2.0. Now, this side of the House and I support renewable energy. BC needs it. Our caucus supports it. We need transmission infrastructure, we need jobs, economic growth, a low-carbon future, but we do not need to sacrifice democratic process, environmental responsibility, or Indigenous rights to get there. And that's what this bill does. Yes, we should find ways to responsibly streamline permitting process. My goodness, we've been asking for that for 8 long years. But we should never do so by gutting transparency, ignoring this legislature, by silencing community voices, especially those of Indigenous nations whose rights are directly affected. Streamlining should never mean silencing. This legislation fails the test of good governance. It hands sweeping authoritarian powers to the cabinet and to the energy regulator. While undermining safety, it also threatens environmental and cultural protections. It opens the door to political interference in land use and conservation decisions. The NDP may sell this as a way to get wind turbines in the ground, but nobody's fooled. Bill 14 is not about building energy infrastructure. It's about building political power, a power that's going to be unchecked, a power that's going to be unbalanced, a power that's going to be unaccountable. So I urge this House to be careful, to study and review the implications of this bill. and demand a real path forward, one that supports renewable energy without sacrificing our democratic institutions, without environmental removing safeguards, and without gaining public trust. That's what this bill does. So let us go through some of the clauses that should concern every British Columbian. Let's start with Part 1, interpretation. Clause 1, definitions. Renewable resources definition. Well, the definition is broad, and it's kind of future-orientated, allowing the inclusion of emerging technologies via regulation. However, the exclusion of hydrodams appears inconsistent with the otherwise inclusive approach, raising the question about the rationale and whether environmental concerns were behind the exclusion. Then there's the Environmental Assessment Act disapplication. Excluding projects from the EAA oversight significantly weakens environmental scrutiny, creating a legal vacuum until future regulations are introduced. Let me read that again. Creating a legal vacuum until future regulations are introduced. Well, that sounds conveniently vague. It also bypasses public participation and transparency. Then there's the Primary Act. Centralizing oversight under the Energy Resource Activities Act gives the energy regulator disproportionate control over approvals, potentially undermining multi-agency checks and balances. And here, British Columbians should be questioning the government's intent. Let's move on to Clause 2, streamlined projects. Allows Cabinet, not 93 elected MLAs, unchecked discretion to designate future projects as streamlined, raising rule of law and accountability concerns because there's no mandatory criteria, leaving decisions politically vulnerable and opaque. Well, that's only Part 1, interpretation. It gets really good because now we move to Part 2, streamlining permitting. And again, like I said, for 8 years, people have been asking that. And finally, we're here. Well, let's see what they mean by that. Division 1, Level 1 streamlining. Clause 3 to 4. The creation of 3 streamlining levels, that's right, 3, which lacks clarity on what criteria distinguishes one from the other. Excuse me, or bless you. Subdelegation of regulatory instruments dilutes accountability and risks regulatory capture by industry, especially without oversight and appeal mechanisms. Bless you again. Are you allergic to someone in the house? No. Yeah. That's right. No recourse for appeals. We just have to accept it. And they're saying, you know what, trust us. We know what's best. Well, we've heard that before. Now we move on to Division 2, Level 2 of streamlining. Remember, there's 3 of them. Clause 5 and 7 carves out substantial parts of the Energy Resource Activities Act from applying to designated projects, weakening environmental and public interest protections. Notably excluded are sections relating to dormant and orphan sites, suggesting reducing long-term liability for developers, but increased risk for the publicly funded cleanup. Public participation mechanisms like investigation requests are suspended, undermining citizen oversight. Well, let's move on to Division 3, Level 3 of streamlining. Remember, there was 3 of these. Clause 8 to 10 continues a concerning pattern of regulatory exemptions and centralization. Allows removal of suspension and ownership requirements, which may permit speculative or undercapitalized proponents to obtain approvals without full accountability. And I think that's what's the troubling part. There's no accountability. There's no guardrails. There's no public consultation. It's all done behind closed doors. We just got to trust them. Division 4, General. Clause 11, fees. Well, this clearly resembles Bill 7 2.0. Cabinet control over fees and the ability to waive them at will can distort market fairness, offering preferential treatment to some developers without transparent criteria. Clause 12, recovery of expenses. Retroactive levies raise fairness and potential constitutional issues if not properly constrained or transparently applied. Clause 13, power to modify. Energy Resource Activities Act grants cabinets significant legislative power via regulation, potentially violating separation of power principles by allowing for essentially lawmaking by executive order.
Noting the hour, member.
Honourable Speaker, I move adjournment of debate and reserve the right to continue at a later date.
Member, you heard the question to adjourn the debate. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section A reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Labour and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Honourable
So
Speaker.
ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section C reports Bill 5 complete with amendment.
When shall bill be read third time, Government House Leader?
Later, Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move the House to now adjourn.
Members, you heard the question to adjourn the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 o'clock Monday, May 12th.